How we doing? What's up, guys? Right off the bat, thank you so much, Super, for the gifted. Congrats, Flyman. Welcome to the official Cool Kids Club. Hi, guys. How we doing? How we feeling? Good. Thanks for asking. No, I got out and finally touched grass this morning. I have not left my house in like so long, far longer than I would like to admit. Normally, I'm not that much of like a homebody type.
DJ underscore Flyman wants
What's up,
feedback on their
Cakes?
song.
Good to see you, buddy. I am actually quite
Iconic
a
wants feedback on
and
their
iconic.
song.
Oh my god, I love it. So much feedback right off the bat. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we'll do some feedback here in just a few moments, and then we've got the Snows Bora track to finish up later on. But welcome in, guys. No, I am actually quite extroverted. I love walking around. I love riding my bike, all kinds of things. It's been brutally cold and extremely snowy here for the last couple of weeks. So I have been extremely... no, that's what we love, Flyman. That's what it's there for. No. There is no reason to apologize. What's up, Russ? But no, I've just been extremely cooped up. And so this morning I finally went and took a nice little walk. And a walk with a purpose, because as you guys know how much I chong on the vape, right? I think it's finally time to wind that down. So I walked up to our little vape store and I got some nicotine-free juice to begin the process of fully weaning off. So story behind me vaping. Many moons ago, back when I was like touring full-time and all that stuff, you know, obviously smoking was a huge part of that culture, which is unfortunate. Even to this day in the US, you know, smoking has rapidly dwindled in popularity over the years. So I used to smoke American Spirits, which are pretty hardcore cigarettes. And I smoked up until I was like 24, 25, something like that. And then I quit with the help of vaping. And when I started, I was on like the nicotine salt, you know, super high level. Over the years, I've worked all the way down to the absolute lowest level of nicotine juice, which is 3 milligram. And my husband and I have both been on that for years at this point, with the intention of like, we'll quit. It's finally time. It is finally time. The annoying thing is that we, the whole time, have just gone with like kind of unflavored juice, or just like tobacco flavored e-cig juice. And for whatever reason, the companies that make the companies that make the vape juice don't make tobacco flavors like that in nicotine-free versions. So the only option that I had available to me at our local store is pineapple grapefruit, which I hate. But honestly, that's kind of a good thing, because it means I will do it less. So you guys are going to keep me honest, hopefully, and yell at me in a couple of weeks if I'm still doing it as much as I have been historically. But yeah, we're starting with half my old stuff. Yes, pineapple grapefruit. It's so... I'm like, what am I? I'm not a child. Come on. I want tobacco flavor. I want death flavor. Yes, Night Slayer, or Night Slasher, excuse me. Welcome in. Good to see you, by the way. And Chakity. Oh man, we got the whole crew here. I love it. Yes, we went out and got 0 milligram juice this morning to begin fully the winding down process, because I'm tired of it. It costs money, not as much money as smoking good, and it's not good for you. It's better for you than smoking cigarettes, but it's still certainly not good for you. Yeah, I wish I could say the same, Flyman, but you know, when you're like a full-time professional touring musician, it's just kind of it's part of the image, or at least was for a long time. It's not as much anymore, but so yeah, so I'm going to be loudly complaining about how gross the flavor is, and we're going to start winding down. Once I can get fully onto a 0 juice, then, you know, you just kind of stop doing it naturally, from what I understand from friends of mine that I know who've fully quit. But anyways, it's just like a little personal update. You know, we like to, you know, let people know how we're doing and whatnot. But no, other than that, things are great. Nosebora just sent me a new song this morning, which is really, really, really fucking cool. So we're going to have that to look forward to. Finally finished up, well, waiting for final vocals, but the track for the Pop Artist in LA is done. So we're going to have a bunch more tracks coming from that project. Also have a new game in the works, a pixel art fantasy RPG, which we're going to be starting in early March, it sounds like. Yes, no, the Nose song is great. His initial demo of it is excellent. But yeah, we've got a new game coming that we're going to be starting in early March, so that's very exciting. Lots of good things on the horizon. So all of that is good. And I was catching up with my dear friend, Miles Wilder, who is a very, very talented singer-songwriter out of Boston this morning. It sounds like they might start streaming, which is extremely exciting to hear. So hopefully we will see them. I was talking to them, and they were like, oh man, I really should need to come check out your stream because it sounds super interesting. And I was like, yeah. So they're driving today, but I think we should see them in here to hang out at some point. I don't know, tomorrow, next week, maybe. Which would be very cool. Miles is excellent. We've done a number of projects together in the past, which is pretty cool. Hello, Jocelyn, over on the YouTube side. How's it going? I've DJ'd once in a club where I stayed there till 4 a.m. Bartender was like, dude, can I get you a beer or something to hype you up, since it's late? You know what? Give me an iced tea. I don't really don't like alcohol. I also quit Massachusetts. Yes. Yes, Boston is in Massachusetts. Very good, Flightman. Absolutely. Yeah, I also quit drinking 4 months ago. Not like fully quit. I've had a couple of drinks in the last 4 months, but it was never like a problem. What's up, Abe? How's it going? But we definitely, yes, there you go, super. Or yes, super. There you go. That's how you spell Massachusetts. It's okay. It's a lot of U.S. states. A lot of U.S. states have very weird names. It's okay. You're good, Iconic. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll get into some feedback here in a second. But no, I quit. We quit drinking almost entirely. Yeah, 4 months ago now, I think. Save for I think we had some drinks on New Year's. That was pretty much it. I think maybe 1 or 2 other nights we've had like a glass of wine. But it was definitely something we were doing more than we should have. Again, not like, danger levels ever at all, but it was not healthy. So that's nice. And now we're going to follow it up with vaping, and I will be completely vice free for the first time in my adult life, which is very exciting. Then we're going to get on Ozempic and start. It's the year of health, guys. 2026. We're not going to let. I've seen so many hilarious memes about people being like, yeah, excuse me, I got this year, 2026. It seems defective. Can I please return it for a different year? Which I think is hilarious, but I'm not in that. It's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year. I'm determined to make it so. And I think you all should be too. We're going to have a good time. We're going to get healthy. We're going to quit doing unhealthy shit. We're going to start doing healthy shit. Live looping is coming. All good things. Anyways, let's go ahead and pull up some feedback for some folks and get into feedback. Today's going to be another probably pretty mellow, laid-back vibe. We want to get Nose's tune done, but I'm mostly just kind of in between. Like on Salvage, I'm still waiting for some feedback on a track for Salvage. So we still have more to do there, and the point-and-click game also should have more music coming up. What else? Still waiting to hear back from that Scooby-Doo game, too. We did a track for that a while back, and they said they would have more stuff for me to do. So, yeah, we're kind of in between land at the moment, but that's okay. It happens, But let's jump over to Feedback View. First up is going to be our wonderful friend and new recipient of a gift sub from Super. Thank you again so much for the support there. Woo! But this is from DJ Flyman. Plays Tuberlecki, which we love. This is an old track, so I know there's some issues with it. It's my first ever attempt to create a fusion-style track where I combined 2 different EDM genres into one song. First drop is 128, and it's Big Room in terms of genre, which I'm actually not familiar with. Second drop is faster at 150, and it is hard style. Interesting. So we have a tempo shift here. I love it. Is it feedback in the link or something else? Sorry, Tech City or Techity. Yeah, you do exclamation point feedback, then it announces the stream you're looking for feedback. Yes, that's exactly right. Thank you,
Tech One
Night
Tie wants
Slasher.
feedback on their song.
Yes, so that it's just a little Google form. If you don't mind filling it out real quick, it just lets me know more about you and your track, like what DAW you're in, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff, so I can give you optimal feedback. And just lengthwise, Flyman, I might skim just a little bit here since it's pushing 5 minutes, but I won't. We'll make sure we catch like the drops and the tempo change and stuff. Oh, that's vile. No, it's good that it sucks. The taste of quitting, absolutely. Wishbone, thank you very much for the follow. I feel like there's a little bit of a void somewhere in the upper range when the main melody synth drops out. Yeah, it's very smiley curve. It's a very scooped EQ wise. What's up, Hantiv? Good to see you, buddy. I saw your community post on YouTube the other day. I gave it a like. Yeah, it's very smiley QV curve. It's more like in the true mids to my ear, 400, 600, 800,000, kind of that whole region is a little hollow. Excellent, Hantiv. Okay, really nice transition on the tempo. Very cool. Jesus. Really, really nice, man. You handled that tempo change beautifully. I was wondering, like, are you going to do like a gradual increase over 16 bars? Is it going to be kind of an awkward just jump up? But I would think it was really smart to just drop into a big reverb wash and then have it essentially like cut off, filter, automate, and just new tempo. That was very, very cool. And the two tunes, or the two halves of the tune rather, feel different and are each like their own vibe, but also feel very connected, which is really, really good. So strong work on all of that. I think my, mix wise, like you said, it's older, so there's some issues, and like, yeah, it's definitely pretty aggressively compressed. I would say a little over compressed on the whole mix. There's some definite like distortion. It sounds like maybe you're hitting a clipper a little bit too hard or something like that. So it loses some definition there, especially towards the end. No, for sure. It's a very cool track. The arrangement's great and the parts are great. It's got great energy. All of that stuff is excellent. I like all the sounds that you've chosen, and that transition is very, very cool. But another thought, and now that I've heard a number of your tracks, Flyman, another thought that I have for you that I would love for you to think about, is it's very interesting to me. And I see this with some of you guys who submit a lot for feedback. And it's actually really helpful for me, if you're here to get feedback and try to like learn and bounce ideas off of everybody, and anyone in chat is welcome to chime in on this. It's great to hear a breadth of tracks from people. Because I can start to get not only a sense for like, hey, let's look at this tune and this mix and what you've got going on right here. And I can start to look more at you as like here's the kind of stuff that you do. And the thing that I notice with you, Flyman, and it's not a bad thing, Blue Live, how's it going? Good to have you here. Welcome. I have tried making uplifting trance. Excellent. I think that the thing that I notice about most of the stuff that you produce is you stick to one very specific groove, which is essentially, obviously it's like on an acoustic kit. So you're using much more like electronic program kits, but you really lean heavily into just like really open quarter note, especially quarter note on your snare. It sounds like Blue Live, do exclamation point feedback in chat, and that'll get you a link to a little Google form. If you go fill it out there's a link for you to submit your track, and just tells me a little bit more about you, how you produce the track, what it's for, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff. But Flyman, that's kind of your like default groove, and I've heard that groove in a lot of the stuff that you have submitted, and it's cool and it's very genre appropriate for the kinds of stuff that you do. But I don't know if I may have, but I don't know if I've ever heard a track from you that followed the more traditional, like you're doing the oonce things, and I would love to hear more Boots and Cats. No. Don't worry about interrupting at all, man. You're totally fine. We're very stream of consciousness around here. Yes, ask away, Flyman, of course. But it's, the difference between just that kind of a groove and then all the synths on top of it and like a more traditional house or trance or, those kinds of grooves. Like, again, it's hashtag.
Blueleaf67 wants feedback
Boom.
On their song.
There you go. Feedback. There, you got it. That kind of stuff. What's up, Unknown? Good to see you. Where you've got the snare very definitively on the 2 and the 4 of every bar, right? Oh, you're very sweet, Unknown. And it's fine. You are welcome anytime, whether you've got, oh, thank you, Night Slasher. And don't forget the ride. Yeah. Well, and that's, I mean, you guys know I love my ride, but like, that's why I talk about ghost notes constantly, right? And like accents and all that kind of more rhythm theory stuff. Because when you start bringing that stuff, even if you're just doing electronic music, you know, EDM, and you're doing trance or house or whatever, and the grooves are all programmed, the same principles apply. And some of the best programmers out there, the best DJs, best electronic producers, their grooves sound excellent because they think about them in terms of being more of a drummer. Like, this is an easy groove to program. But when you start bringing more drummer concepts into that, it goes from that to something like, you know, that kind of stuff that just is so much more, there's a lot more energy and life to it. Like, especially, or like, you know, talking about like drum and bass. That versus, it's all those little subtle details and, you know, extra hi-hat stuff, ghost note stuff that that really, really sell it and make it more authentic and make it more like groovy. So, you know, the more you can bring those concepts into your drum programming, now you guys are just making me want to play drums or something. I mean, here, we can demonstrate it over this track, honestly. And there's nothing wrong with this. It's super anthemic, and that's great. But like, it's that versus not necessarily better. It's just different. And it's an additional texture that you can kind of go after, right? And it's just a different way to change up your production, change up the groove, the feel of the tune. Because drums, especially in electronic stuff, dictate so much of the energy of the track that even just a few ghost notes can really go a long way. Yeah, sorry, there were a bunch of questions there in chat that I need to scroll up for. Instant Groove, I want to learn more drums to help me produce. Yeah, no, and it's a great idea, even if you just get a pair of sticks and some pots and pans or something. Last genre, I'm going to try to make hard style. It's a genre that usually has a lot of distortion, especially if it's subgenres like raw style, which I have also tried to make. If you hear, for example, tracks from... I lost my place. Tracks from artists like Hard Driver or Sub-Zero projects, sometimes their kicks are extremely loud or the bass might be too much. Some kicks just have the so-called zag, which is just an annoying bass. In most of these tracks, the leads are extremely bright with tons of reverb. How do they manage this in their mix? I would probably, Flyman, need to hear specific examples. If there's like a particular track that you have heard the mix on, I would be happy to listen to it, and I could probably tell you more about it. But that stuff is just like judicious use of clippers, and a really good understanding of how to control different frequency spectrums within your mix, right? Understanding like when you start adding distortion, especially to bass elements, where that shows up in the mid range, particularly. You can just post it in chat; it's fine. But yeah, it usually comes down to like thinking about, okay, I have this bass sound, and it's primarily a bass element, whether it's a kick or a bass synth. And so it's going to be present in the lowest parts of the register. So, down anywhere from 40, 50 hertz up to maybe 100 hertz, 150, 200, whatever. When you add that distortion, that's going to bring in the rest of the frequency spectrum to the picture, right? So maybe it comes in more in the mid-range, around 800 to 1K. Maybe it shows up even higher than that, 4K, 5K, whatever. Depends on the sound. But understanding where that's going to show up, both in terms of frequency and in terms of the stereo image, and then just accounting for that in terms of the rest of your mix. And like where the other synths that you're using are being placed. Oh, thanks, Blue Wave. Thank you. Zag kick starts at 250. Oh, thank you, Birdland. I think I drank right as you were probably clicking that. Yeah, so, I mean, that honestly to me, that does not sound... Oh, Monet, how's it going? Good to see you. How big is Cube? Not very big, Hantiv, at the moment. What do we got? Oh, we've got 6, actually. We're 5 after this one. Iconic, followed by Hate, followed by Tekity, followed by Hantiv. So you're number 5 at the moment. We're on number 1, and then Blue Liv, you are lucky number 6. So we'll move on here in just a second. But to be honest with you, this also to me feels very over-compressed, and there's a difference between over-compression and distortion. Yeah, no, that's totally fine, Tekity. If you're not in here, we'll hop over you for a second. I mean, that's just a clipper. Here you go, Monet. Discord. Oh, boom. Super's got it. Super's on it. This to me just sounds like they are taking a very wide stereo bass track and running the entire track, honestly. Like all their synths are pretty wide, and they're just slamming it through a hard clipper. Which to me, like, there's much better ways of doing this kind of a thing to where it sounds that distorted, but also clean. This to me just feels over compressed and like kind of broken speaker vibes, and not in like a super pleasant way. It sounds extremely flat. Yeah, and like I'm watching my meters, and my meters are just like absolutely pinned. You can do sounds like that still have life to them. And like a little, movement and definition and more space and more air. Hate stuff is a really good example of that. Hate will probably have some sounds like that when we get into his track here in a couple of minutes. But it's like people just go, oh, just put a hard clipper on your master and just slam it. And it's like, there's a lot more nuance to it. It sounds like that's what was done here. But there's more layers of control that you can add and more layers of compression. That is one way of going about it, but it's not the way I usually recommend doing it. Yes, a lot of control needs to be done, and a lot of just like judicious understanding of how to not overcompress and keep a lot of space and air in your mix. Yeah, clippers. Then the clippers are a thing that I just have been learning about in the last literally 2 weeks, thanks to people like Hate, who've been like, this is a thing you should know about. And I'm like, I didn't. I haven't, historically speaking. But it's good. Anyways, really, really nice track though, man. And again, like my big takeaway from it is that transition is lovely. The tempo transition's very, very cool. So, and I hope the thoughts on the drum stuff were useful. But in any case, we're going to keep on clipping here. Pun intended. Thank you again for sharing, Flyman. Iconic. Aconic.
Monapikin wants feedback on their song.
Yes, very good. How's it going? Wait, who just requested? Monet requested. Who else did? You're the best man. Your track is once again a jump to a different genre, metalcore. Okay, interesting. I'm into it. I'm here for it. Let's read the notes here real quick. Working in FL. It's basically a metalcore track, self-composed, arranged, except for a few guitar samples. Part of the guitars are MIDI, more the sustained ones. Okay. You love it. Thank you, Super. Forgive me for skimming just a bit. I just want to, Interesting. Okay. Very interesting ideas. I think I like a lot of the sounds that you've gone after here, but I think there's a couple of things. Mix wise, everything feels very, very, very compressed. Particularly the drums. Like if you listen to just like the quality of the cymbals. You can hear a ton of pretty extreme pumping, which is usually an artifact that you get from slower attack, faster release compression. Sometimes a little bit of that, especially in really heavy styles of music, can be nice. I certainly go after that sound a little bit, but there's ways to do it. I think a little bit more cleanly. Here, it's like it's so heavily pumped. That it actually robs a little bit of attack and a little bit of transient and clarity out of the kit overall. And And then like that feels pretty compressed. The guitars on the outside, those main really low kind of sludgy guitars, also feel pretty heavily compressed there. And then like the drums feel very centered. The guitars feel very wide, which is okay, but the guitars are significantly louder. And the mix overall feels a little bit disconnected in that way, I think. Like what I would want to hear, I think, is the guitars a little bit more in the center, and then the drums maybe a little wider could help here. The drums are pretty wide as well. I think maybe just like, or another guitar presence in the center. Guitars feel very, very hard panned, which without a lot more stuff in the middle, it leaves the mix feeling a little bit hollow, I think is what my ears are kind of telling me. And then like there's a synth in the middle, but everything's also very, very low register here. And then that gets a little bit more into the arrangement side of things. So if we pull up a guitar, oh, thank you, Blue Eye. Yes, 8th string. We love this thing. It's a very, very good time. Yes, I definitely am craving a melody. We'll talk about that in a second. But the other thing that I'm hearing here, and this is really something that, room for vocals for sure would be great here. This is something that comes from playing guitar and knowing a little bit more about just how guitar works as an instrument. One of the big challenges with this kind of production, this kind of guitar playing, is low-end management, particularly on guitar parts and with how you have written your guitar parts. So like if I pull up Archetype Gojira, which is my favorite amp for this kind of stuff, part of it's EQ and part of it, a much bigger part of it, is arrangement and how you are playing what you're playing, right? And even if you're programming your guitars or you're finding samples, having a good understanding of how the instrument works is really, really important. You don't have to be like a virtuoso player. But just the idea that like usually with genty stuff like this, if you're playing really low, like down here in my case, this is an F sharp. Most players and most arrangements will either do single notes right? Or really clean intervals like fifths. And even that is kind of rough. The second that you start doing closer intervals like minor thirds, everything suddenly just starts to sound really muddy. Because if we take away the amp, when you get to really low frequencies like this, playing notes that are really close to each other, the lower that you go in the register, this is why bass players almost always play single notes and very, very rarely play any kinds of chords. Because playing chords, especially chords with thirds in them, in really low registers tends to sound very muddy. It's hard for our ears to find distinct notes down in that part of the frequency spectrum. And so instead of sounding like an actual chord, it just kind of ends up sounding like mud, right? No, it is not Pirate. So you generally want to stick to either single notes or cleaner things like power chords if you're going to be that low in the register. And so that's another thing that I hear a little bit in your track because I don't know why, actually. That's a good question. I mean, I've had it for a very long time. You can get away with those intervals a little bit. Again, and then that's where the EQ comes in and like the amp that you're using. There's ways to do it, but just as a kind of general rule of thumb, that's never going to sound as good as, or just right? Single note stuff and stuff with fifths and really clean intervals. So I think that's something that you might have working against you a little bit in this track, because it sounds like you've got a lot of very low. Very low notes on the guitar, and it sounds like they're doing a lot of chords, which is it just makes it very hard to hear what they're doing. But in terms of a melody, yeah, like you've got these real low sludgy guitars way out to the side, super compressed drums, and then you've got like some arpy stuff, but even that stuff, oh, this is also an F sharp, is all kind of in this sort of a register. So you've got everything down low. There's nothing up in the top part of the register here really at all in most of the tracks. So if I go to a slightly more leady kind of a tone, that's a little bit higher, that synth, but there's nothing really. That right there, I think, is the first point where you have something up in that register coming. So I think more melody. Oh no, it's okay, Blue Life. Don't worry. Definitely more melody. Vocals could work here. A little bit less compression, and then just thinking really critically about what your chord changes are, and maybe bring your guitars in a little bit. Have your guitars focus on root notes. And have the synths come a little bit up in the register, define those chords a little bit better. So it's like the guitars are laying the foundation, the synths are outlining the chords, and then thank you. And then you've got a good strong melody on top of it. That's going to make the arrangement and everything come together in a much cleaner and clearer way. So yeah, food for thought. I think it's cool. I love to see you doing stuff in different genres. It's something I always recommend, if you're interested in production, the more different genres that you can do, even if you don't get really good at them and you only ever do, hey, I'm going to do one random drum and bass track and that's the only one you ever do, you're going to learn a ton, right? Like I take techniques that I've learned working on country records and apply them to EDM. I take techniques I've learned on EDM records and apply them to folk music. I mean, there's no rules that say that you can't do any of this stuff. So a lot of the ways that you manage gent and metalcore and guitars can be very, very interesting when you're working on synths. The approaches to compression, the approaches to mixing and distortion and saturation that you learn in working with amps absolutely also can apply to synthesizers. You learn so much more with different genres. Absolutely. So, I'm very full well in support of that. But it is, when you really want to try to dig into a genre, like it's a whole new learning, learning a whole new genre vocabulary. Like I talk about genre vocabulary all the time, whether it's in playing, whether it's in mixing, whatever, which is just this idea of like when you listen to nothing but metalcore, you kind of get a sense of what metalcore should sound like. Oh my goodness. Fenricus, hey, first time here. Wanted to say hello. Glad I came across your channel. It's snowed in. I feel that, brother. Taking a little break from the DAW and thought I'd hop on Twitch. It's been a long time, coincidentally working on a similar track in a similar style. Very, very cool. Well, thank you so much for the sub and the follow and popping by. What's up, Nose? How's it going, buddy? I really, really appreciate that because welcome. Yeah, here, I will do my quick spiel for you since I think we got a couple of new people in here. Like we've got Blue, we've got you. Buster Rhyme. Hi, I'm a Nathan Scott. I am thank you for tuning in. I'm a professional producer, composer, multi-instrumentalist, mix master engineer. I've been in the business for 16 years. Mostly my stream is doing commissioned work for clients. So I write a lot of music for video games. We do that on stream. I do artist production. We're working on a couple of different records at the moment. A bunch of different stuff like that. I talk through my process. I talk about the tools that I use, plugins. I talk about music theory. I play all these different instruments. I play keys and drums, bass, guitar, percussion, all different kinds of things. So I talk all about that. I answer questions as much as I'm able to about any of those topics: production, mixing, mastering, theory, songwriting, arrangement, industry stuff, getting work, working with clients, all of that. And then we also do a lot of feedback for people on their tracks. So that's kind of the deal. But I really appreciate the sub, man. Very, very kind of you. Ruben, what's up, buddy? Good to see you again. But anyways, yeah, so some thoughts for you, Iconic. I appreciate you sharing very much, and very cool track, and I keep going with it, Like I said, there's no better way to learn different ideas than to look outside of the stuff that you're comfortable with. So I approve very, very much. Continuing on with feedback, Haycore, this won a beat battle. I love it. Use AI to generate any portion of you. I assume you're kidding, Hate. We're going to assume that you're kidding. I do look at it. I do look at that answer. But this is from Hatecore. Usually very loud, very extreme, very, very cool sound design sorts of stuff from Hatecore. Monea, I believe there's 4 more in queue at the moment. Oh, wait. Oops. This is this is not your track. Sorry. SoundCloud does this sometimes. I open a link and it doesn't play what's in the link. I was like, wait a second. Sorry. That was the previous track we were listening to. Woo. Sick. Very cool. Yeah, I stream every day, Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S., 8 p.m. Central European time. So yeah, absolutely. Knows about that track in particular. We'll chat about it. I need to listen to it a little bit more granularly. But I will tell you, Knows, the thing that I was hearing is more of a chanting group. Split the chorus in half. Treat the first part of the chorus as a pre-chorus and have a chanting 8th note thing, and then open it up for the second half of the chorus. I will say that, but I want to listen to it more. This is sick, Hate. Your sound design's always top notch. I want more kick. It's it's balanced really hard in favor of the really bright crunch. Yeah, I agree, Blue. All that, yep, it's sick. But I want way more kick. It's balanced very much in favor of that stuff. I used a loop set. Okay. Oh, you only had an hour. Fuck, man. Nice job for an hour. Yeah, if you finish out anything more, I would do it with EQ. I would here's what I would do. I would bus pretty much everything. I don't know what all is in the loop, but if there is a way to isolate anything about the kick, I just want more I want more chest. I want more like 80 out of it ish. Little dynamic boost band on the kick fun. Yeah, like that kind of a thing. I think would really, because the texture of everything's great. It's really snappy and really really present. But the kick kind of sounds here, and I want the kick here. You know what I mean? I want it to be punching me in the dick while everything else is slapping me in the face. If you know what I mean. I would only give you that kind of. I would only give you that kind of feedback. Yeah, Hatecore is his SoundCloud. I will drop that in for us. He's an incredibly talented sound designer, producer. Really, really, really cool shit. There's the link to the track that Hate submitted. Everybody go follow Hate on SoundCloud. But yeah, especially for an hour, man. Really, really nice work. You're really great at placing the rhythms of those like granular stutter things to where it's like it lines up beautifully and still really grooves, even though it's leaving sort of the metric grid for a little bit. You got to feel it out. Absolutely. Nice work, man. Thank you as always for sharing. Okay, moving right along. Techity, are you still in here, Techity? Techity was saying they've got to step away for a moment. I'm not sure if they are still tuned in. Does not look like they are at the moment, so that's fine. When they pop back in, we will take a look at their track, of course. So we'll move it right along. Hantiv. Is Hantiv in here? Oh, Hantiv. Do. It says you're in here. At Hantiv. Buddy, friend. We love this guitar. I need to warm up, man. I haven't really super played in a couple of days on kind of anything. Hantiv. Where's Hantiv? His name is on the list, but people aren't necessarily always in here. Even if they're in here, if you know what I mean. Okay, well, we're going to move it along. Oh, you're here. Yay. Great timing. I was about to be like, let's move to the next person, but excellent. This is the lobby track you said for your game? I've been here the whole time. Super with the gifted. Thank you, buddy. Hantif, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you're going after Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 here, right? For like vibes wives, like that classic Akira Yamaoka, which by the way, when it comes to game scores and just albums in general, two of, I think, the greatest game scores in the history of all time. It feels very, very much like you're going for that vibe, which is a vibe that I absolutely love and have done an enormous amount of stuff in the style of, particularly for fun. So if that is the vibe you're going after, I can have some very specific thoughts that I think would be great. It's a great vibe overall. Night Slasher, I don't disagree with you like on musically. There like could be an interesting thing. This is a lobby track, so like kind of main menu theme or lobby theme for an asymmetrical horror game that Hantiv is working on. So I don't know if I would have funky bass just like based on that. What I would say, I would make the drums much darker and much more characterful. So I would put like more of a cassette effect on them. Yeah, the theme, the vibe of the game is like sort of a Dead by Daylight situation, from what Hantif was saying the other day. I would make the drums a little darker, a little bit more characterful, you know, put like a little bit of, cassette or tape saturation on them, a little bit of distortion. I would try to make them a little less bouncy. They're a little less like, they're a little, right now, I might slow down the tempo slightly, and I'd get rid of that little tom hit in there. Kind of has like a Beach Boys groove vibe to it that I don't think fits super well. I'd slow it down a click, get rid of that, and then I super hear Rhodes or piano on this. Following in the, hang on, let me pull up something here. Like one of the great hallmarks of a lot of that Akira Yamaoka stuff from that and just other stuff in that era is just really, really nice, dark kind of piano. You know, like especially like one of the best tracks on if anybody knows the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack, Promise Reprise, is stuff like that. Really, really, really nice mellow piano. I love the chords and the pad that you've got. Super atmospheric. I want to try to figure out what your chords are. Yeah, so you kind of just got like a lot of chromatic movement stuff. Yeah, the drums coming in is really, really nice. So even if you just had like your kind of B minor vibes. That as a layer in there could be really, really nice. Just some really dark piano. slow the tempo down, make the drums a little bit vibier, a little bit darker, a little bit more gritty. I think that would put it in a really, really, really nice space. Because right now, it's really cool pad texture and a good drum idea, but the drum idea feels a little unmixed. It feels a little demo. Pads, I think, are great. I wouldn't touch a thing. I think the chords are great, very unsettling, great opportunity for kind of like ambiguous, dark melody. We were talking the other day with your other track about like, I was mentioning how, theme music or menu music or lobby music always should be like have kind of a recognizable something to it. I think these chords here are definitely fit that category. But I want something to glue the two of those elements together. It feels like we've got just kind of a basic drum kit over here and then really cool chords and pads. And I want something in the middle, a piano, EP sound, ARPy, maybe little plucky, sine wavy kind of a thing to glue it all together, right? And then, just more darkness, character, a little compression on the drums. Slow it down a little bit. It feels a little bit too high energy for a lobby to me, or just like too bouncy, too like peppy. I think a slightly slower GB, A sharp, A, B sharp, F. Yeah. And that's a great, very unsettling sequence. That's a lot of that's a lot of chromaticism and a lot of chromatic mediancy in that progression. So like G to B is chromatic mediant, moving chords by a third. And then, although technically if it's G major to B minor, that isn't technically a chromatic mediant. That's just going to sort of the three. And then A sharp minor, A minor, and then B, and then F sharp minor. Gotcha. Well, the pad sound that you have is playing some kind of a voicing. Like that, it is playing a chord. Yeah, it's really nice. And that comes from, there like a lot of, especially talking about the Silent Hill stuff, that was written back in the very early 2000s, in the early aughts. And the big thing at that time were these workstation keyboards, like the Yamaha Motif, the Korg Triton, the Yamaha Montage, which were big, kind of all-in-one keyboard workstations that had a ton of different patches and sounds in them, mostly built with FM synthesis. And they had a lot of sounds in them that were just like kind of one and done, like just a really cool, big, rich chord. Yes, Ethereal Earth. We love Ethereal Earth. I use Ethereal Earth all the time. I thought I actually recognized the sound. I don't remember which patch it is, but it's, very Ethereal Earth. And so I know Akira Yamaoka used keyboards like that, where it was just like you'd pull up this big, beautiful, rich FM synth patch, hold one note, and it would do this big, extended minor 11 cool chord. And just moving those around chromatically is really nice, or sort of modally. So that's all very cool. All very, very cool. But yeah, anyways, nice piano I think could be cool. Water therapy. Excellent. I will steal that sometime. Because it's a great sound. Dark piano, and then just like a little more vibe on the drums, and I would slow it down 5 clicks, tempo wise, just to get it a little bit vibier, a little bit more. Oh, we're set back in a lobby waiting. This feels a little bouncier, I think, tempo wise than I want it to. But anyways, I hope that's helpful. Super, super cool vibe though. I love it. It's very much in a style and a vibe that I adore, which is that, that kind of Silent Hill jams. So thank you very much for sharing, man. It's very cool. All right. Blue Liv, you are up, my friend. A new friend of the channel as of today. We love it. You're still in here. Yes. Excellent. Okay. We have, let's see here. Newer to producing. Very good. You play guitar, mandolin, uke, sing, piano, and MIDI, working in Reaper. Very, very cool. Honest opinion, if I'm on the good way, all of the above. Just hope you'll enjoy it. Okay, very cool. I have a super funny question for you, Blue. Do you listen to King Tubby? If you don't, you should. Really reminds me of like King Tubby, but also meets like Chris Thiele, like modern acoustic stuff. What type of music do you mostly create yourself? I will answer that in just a second here. Let's finish listening to this. Yes, classic dub. Kind of invented the art of remixing. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Hush, SoundCloud. We definitely have some good ideas for Blue here. Very cool track though. Ruben, what kind of stuff do I mostly create myself? So I do really anything and everything. I mean, totally left to my own devices. I usually do down tempo-y, trip hoppy, organic, worldy, funky kind of stuff-ish. But I actually create and produce very little music for myself, to be honest with you. Now that I'm starting to do the live looping thing, I'm doing more of it, and that's kind of where it's landing. But I've worked on projects of all shapes and sizes. I've done very electronic stuff. I've done very acoustic stuff. I've done orchestral music. I've done literally anything and everything. A lot of classic rock, a lot of like jam band stuff. That was kind of where my career started, was touring with a lot of jam bands, rock bands, that kind of stuff. So all stripes happen here in the studio. Blue, this is super, super cool and super interesting. It's a really, really cool vibe. I think Billy over on the YouTube side, how's it going? I think that a couple of basic like mix things. The snare, that super heavily reverbed out snare, I would have in the center, first of all. Having it off to one side kind of weights the mix in an odd way to me, to where it kind of the whole time the mix kind of feels like it's leaning on its side. And I would bring it back, and it's quite loud compared to everything else. So it's a little bit overpowering. And then I think in general, and this is a little bit on the mix side, and then also more on the arrangement side. One thing I talk a lot about with feedback is the idea of taking your listeners kind of on a dynamic journey, right? And when we are looking at how we're structuring and how we're arranging our tune, even if we're coming back to the same melodic ideas or the same chord ideas, or we have like an A-B structure or a verse chorus structure, or even just a, kind of one main vamp or vibe, like if I can be at the beginning of your tune, jump to the middle of your tune, and then jump to the end of your tune, and there's not really a significant change. In the energy level, in the parts, in what instruments are playing and what aren't playing, I usually recommend thinking about that. Dub is a weirdly specific example where that's less of a thing, but I still think that when the track kicks in, I'm like, cool, this is a nice vibe. And then the vibe, it kind of just hangs out there and then ends, right? The only thing that I heard that really changed significantly is that trem picked Mando that comes in kind of in this last third, or not even last third. It's like last, what is that? 20, 30 seconds of the track. Other than that, it's just kind of one vibe. So I would say there's a number of different ways to do that. In dub, you can absolutely get away with dropping to just bass and drums and having just bass and drums for a second. You can, get away with a lot of like mix automations, right? So the reason I asked about King Tubby is what King Tubby really contributed to the world was he invented remixing. Mizoku, good to see you. Exclamation point feedback. We'll get you a link to a little Google form. If you just fill that out for me real quick, tells me a little bit more about you, your track, how you made it, what you're looking for feedback on. You are welcome to do so. Queue is currently open. There's one more person I think ahead of you, but yeah, exclamation point feedback.
Mizoku33 wants feedback on their song.
You got it. But what King Tubby did, and if anybody out there is interested, King Tubby is an extremely important person in the history of music technology and in music production, because King Tubby very exclusively did dub reggae. But he kind of invented dub as a genre, and we call it dub because what King Tubby did was he didn't really produce bands. He lived in Kingston in Jamaica in the 60s, and he would go to all of the other famous and successful studios, that were cutting like Bob Marley records and all the other like great reggae artists at the time, and he would get their master 8-track, like 8-track tapes, not 8-track, the playback device, like a 1/4-inch, 8-track tape or 1/2-inch tape that were being cut at the other studios. And he would bring it back to his studio, and he built himself a mixing console. But it wasn't really a mixing console. It was a remixing console. So he designed his own tape delay that he built into this desk. He had multiple different spring reverb units that he built himself. And he basically would roll back these different sessions, and he would take the drums from one session and load that up and run it into a couple channels on his mixer. And then he'd take vocals from a different session on a different person's record and load it up. And then he would run it through this console, and he could do all kinds of really wild, what we now think of as like DJ effects, where, just throw a snare drum through a delay real quick. Like that vibe, he kind of invented that. And in so doing, it was, he very much just worked on reggae and created this very haze of pot smoke in a dorm room reggae vibe, right? What we think of now. But in so doing that, he really invented a lot of how we think about mix automation and remixing today, taking different elements from different songs and splicing them together, using these effects in a more performative way. Instead of just saying, I'm going to put a delay on this vocal, saying a delay on these elements as a transition, as a performance effect, as a thing that happens as like a momentary sting or something to build tension, or, he invented a lot of that. And people really don't know about him, which is interesting to me, but we owe him sitting there in his studio in, 1967. Much in the way that we owe the Beatles a lot for songwriting and the Stones a lot for, songwriting stuff. We owe King Tubby from a remixer's perspective. So I think that the vibe reminds me of it. But like, for instance, that reverb snare drum, you could only have that in certain parts of the tune. You could set up an automated delay send on the drums to grab some of those snares and delay them out with a heavy filter on them. Drive your delay into self-oscillation is always super fun. Like the what you can do with the Roland Space Echo kind of stuff. Do that with other elements, But I think more ear candy here would be really good, bottom line. And just like kind of more interest and more different kinds of things happening. Another way that you could go about making things feel different is varying your drum groove. Because right now, the way that your groove is sitting, that's really it. If you at some point had it come in and go to a much fuller groove, it drops out here. That's good. Just that, you start it really sparse and then build into just something a little bit more. And then suddenly you combine that with some of these more like mix effects, ear candy ideas, throwing stuff through additional verbs, delays, but automating it so that there are moments where things happen as opposed to just constant parts of the mix. These are all ways that we can build dynamic and texture into something without having to write a bunch of new parts, add a bunch of new chords, new different melodies, all that stuff. Because that element is all really nice here. Like your playing's really clean, your recordings sound really good. I like everything that you're doing in that regard. I just kind of want it to evolve a little bit more as the track runs along, right? So, yeah, there's some thoughts for you. But it's really neat. It's a really interesting vibe. I love hearing like Mando and Uke in this context is really interesting and definitely very unique. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so glad. This is what we strive for around here. We love checking out people's tracks, and if anything I say is helpful, I'm enormously glad for it. And always I say it to everybody. If anybody ever has questions about any of this stuff more specifically, chime in and chat. Like, I will talk about this stuff for hours. If you're like, oh, what do you mean a delay throw? I will show you how to set one up. Oh, what do you mean automation? I will show you how to do it. Do you have another, let's come up with other drum grooves, like whatever. Oh boy. Thank you, Manea. You're up next, I believe. You are indeed. Followed by Mizoku. So we'll do a couple of more here. And yes, I'll talk more about Mix FX in a second because I love Mix FX. I use Mix FX all the time. It's awesome. Really, really unique, and one of the big selling points for me from a mix engineering perspective yeah, thank you, Super. What is going on with my room? All kinds of fun things. I have just a bunch of fun trinkets back there that I've collected over years of touring. And Supertonic, big shout out to Supertonic, our wonderful mod, huge supporter of the channel, and my LD, my lighting director, who has direct control of my lights and a live feed from me in New York to him in Germany, and is doing all kinds of really amazing reactive stuff with the lighting, which is very cool. Anyways, so yeah, I'm glad it was helpful, Blue. So many songs I'd like to share with you because you'll be there the next time. Yeah, excellent, man. Every day we do one per person per day, but yeah, I'm on every single day. So, you can just watch your live from start to end. Oh, thank you, my friend. Yeah, hang out, ask questions. We talk about anything and everything. I'm more than happy to share. But thank you for also sharing. I really appreciate it. So very, very cool stuff. All right, we're going to keep it clicking. We have 2 more people in queue. Then we are going to get into working on Nosbora's track. We're going to be mixing some vocals today. That's going to be very, very fun. Up next, we have Manea Perkin. Manea Perkin. Oh, very, very good. What instruments do you play? Guitar, drums, bass, and sing? Excellent. I do all of those except sing. I cannot sing. I am a terrible, terrible singer. No one asked me to sing. I can't do it. I can tell you how to do it because I've worked with a ton of great vocalists in my career and learned a lot about it. But boy, can I not do it. Drums or MIDI. Totally understandable. Okay. Saint, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Working in Reaper as well on this.
Hats of cream show symmetry. Run up here alone.
Excellent, Saint. Exclamation point feedback. Oh my God.
5
Saint.
wants feedback
Hang
on
on.
their song.
I'm so sorry, Manea. Saint with the 10 gifted. Holy shit, my guy. You are so, so kind. Thank you, man. That is huge. I really, really appreciate the support, man. Sorry to interrupt, Manea. I'm very excited to check it out, but holy shit. We are currently in a level 3 hype train, according to Twitch. I don't know what the hell that means, but thank you, Saint. Way, way, way generous of you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Give him some love in chat, folks. Uh-oh. Very American football. Yeah. This is really cool. It goes so many different places. I love it. Oh no. We have two titans squaring off in chat right now, about to have a sub war. Oh, you guys are too kind.
Miré tanto hacia el frente que perdí mi rastro. La estela que dejabas guiaba un poco más mi andar. Retrocedo 1000 pasos para aprender a caminar sin mirar al lado y saber que
Fantastic. Really, really, really nice work here. Yes, we've won an emote, apparently. We get an I'm spiraling emote from Twitch. I love it. Thank you again, Saint. Incredibly generous of you, my friend. Monea, this is great. Sorry for noodling over a little bit. The main thing that I would, just personally, for me, now I'm a bass player, so I'm a little biased, but the main thing that I would love to hear from this is yeah, like just there's a lot of room for more melody, I think, in the bass drum. There's a few spots where you go into it, and it's really, really nice. But there is yeah, there's just spots where a lot of like, especially spots where you've got two really great sounding guitars that are more just doing kind of static, you know. Are there little arpeggiated 2- and 3-note patterns? And this is another thing that you can definitely do. Record the bass with a pitch shifted guitar. Interesting. Okay. It sounds really good for that being the situation, and that's, you know, not a bad way to go about it. I don't know if you don't own a bass, then that's, you know, certainly understandable. For the level that you're at, I would, if you have any ability at all to get one, I would recommend it, because I think it would really do a lot to it already sounds great, but it would just be like an extra notch above that. Because the other thing I was going to say is that the bass just sounds a little bit quiet and a little bit weak. And like, you know, like right now I've got, this is my my 78P bass, that I just put fresh strings on. Yeah, it's a fantastic track, absolutely. And like when you run that through a good amp sim, you get just so much nice so much good clarity. And it does wonders on your mix to have really, really nice. You know, but I think there's room for more movement in the bass part. Yes, please do. That's what I was going to say is like, there were a lot of moments in there where I'm like, either the bass doubling more of what the guitar is doing. Yeah. You know. I'm trying to nail your part. But just like more presence, more presence, more movement, I think at the bass would be good here. Other than that, it sounds great, man. The mix on the drums is great. Really cool grooves. Really, really, really creative transitions. Juby, you should know at this point. How many times have you heard me say when I'm live? It's a really well-crafted song. Your vocals, I think, I would say they're a little pitchy in spots, so I would continue to work on that. And just, really, I know doing vocal exercises feels a little hokey. The whole do, re, mi, fa, that kind of stuff. I would recommend it. It feels cheesy. It feels a little elementary school, but it is really important, and it does help a lot with being able to sing and nail pitches really consistently. Because what I'm hearing in your vocal performance is you're going for a pitch and you're starting, maybe somewhere close, and then you're kind of trying to force yourself into the note, but then the notes are flying by, semi-quickly and stuff like that. So those exercises are worth their weight in gold, even though they feel and sound a little silly sometimes. They're really important. They're really useful. So I would recommend, warming up your voice really well. Absolutely. And just kind of studying more of and practicing more of the technical side of singing and good voice support and all that kind of stuff. I would recommend for you. But your guitar playing sounds great. Drums sound great. Get yourself a bass if you can. In the meantime, if you ever want me to play bass on something, I'm just saying, I love playing bass on people's records. I'm a lot more affordable than you think I am. I promise. Get in touch. I would love to. Thank you. Wait, did I not do an Add Everyone? Oh God, that's totally on me then. That's totally on me. Now I feel stupid. I thought I pinged. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for sharing. It's killer. So if you want bass on something, hit me up or get a bass. They're cheap. You can find them for very cheap, but I appreciate you sharing and great work. Okay, we're going to keep moving here. Mizoku is next, and then we will get to the man of the hour, Saint, coming in with those 10 gifted. I cannot thank you enough again, man. If you want to be next in queue, you have that right to demand it, I suppose, after 10 gifted, but for lack of that, we will go ahead and jump on to Mizoku's track. Mizoku, you still in here? That's very, very kind of you, man. Very, very kind. I think, yeah, looks like Mizoku is still in here. Mizoku, paging Mizoku. At Mizoku. Ah, I'm here. Yes, excellent. Very good. Okay. Let's see here. Working in FL, very good. Production and mix feedback. I like implementing ambient stuff, and I really like to sort of storytell in your songs with a lot of emotion. Excellent. I love that. Future Garage. Oh, now I'm very excited. Ambient Future Garage. Ooh. Delicious. Oh my God, Mizoku, this sounds phenomenal, dude. Really clean mix, really punchy, really loud in your face, but extremely clean. I mean, very good. Very, very good. We love it. It's fantastic. I have 0 notes for you on the mix. It sounds wonderful. And now we're spamming flashbang. That's what it's there for. We love it. Crazy how the world building holds up after so much age. Hey, man, we've got stories and books that are thousands of years old that people still absolutely love. So age and storytelling have nothing to do with each other. No, this is fantastic, Mizoku. The only thing that I was thinking, that's why I pulled up the piano. Like, I do hear room. It's very ambient. It's very wide. It's gorgeous. Thanks, Saint. What, you mean the toast dance thing? Or the flashbang thing? I hear room here. For something, even if it's just like a big descending, just like something faster and something more like arpeggiated, because right now it's just big, beautiful paths. And that's kind of it's big, beautiful pads. It's gorgeous. You don't necessarily have to change it because it sounds fantastic. I don't think it needs anything, but just more as like a general concept in there. Something that's faster, something that's more stingy, something that's more immediate could be really, really nice. I wouldn't even have it be like a clean piano, but like, you know, cassette or vinyl-y in there. Even if it was just like a big gliss. You know, that that shows up and kind of sweeps through the sound field a little bit. Or something kind of like arpeggiated-y. You know, yeah. Something somewhere in there could be kind of nice. Especially something with like character to it. But just, yeah, something so that it's, you have the drums, which are super active, gorgeous drum programming, by the way. Tons of great little flutters and textures in there. You've got those which are very bubbly and very like that's great. And then everything on top of that is very, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Very, you know, static. It's beautiful and it's really textural. Something kind of bridge those gaps is what I'm after. Could be kind of nice in there. But it's fucking sick. Well, there was like a million different ideas is my point, Saint. You know, well, this, I mean, it is, you know, like the first thing I started playing, yeah, like going all over the place, but I wouldn't necessarily do that. But something like, that's pretty simple. It's just a G minor triad and then a first inversion E flat major. Lean into the sharp 11 a little bit. Ooh, maybe some 9th stuff. Hang on. I like that the most. Saint with another sub. Are you crazy? Oh, you're too kind, man. I guess you gifted without subscribing yourself. Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. Juby. You guys are so nice. I love it. Oh man, super! You've got 2 subs today. Saint's now sitting at 11, like a madman. I like that idea the most. That like a really fast arpeggiated thing actually feels like it sits the best to me. And all that is, for reference. Here, I actually should have the piano pulled up on screen. Up. That's all just 9th chords, right? So that's like G minor 9, so G, B flat, D, F, and A. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, super. Okay. Wait, no, that was Saint again. Wait, hang on. I thought that was super for a second. Dude, Saint, good lord. You just dropped 20 more. You're fucking crazy, man. That is 31 subs. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. That is incredibly kind of you, man. Get at me on Discord. You just turned yourself like a free track of some kind, or I will play on anything you want. Yeah, you just won the game. Thank you so much, Saint. That's so incredibly kind of you, man. Yeah. Spread the love. No, we should watch these. Oh, thank you, man. I mean, I agree. In a perfect world, I would turn them off entirely. Because it's not like they make me much money. I mean, like even, we've been hitting some really great numbers recently. We were up at 35 people the other day. And even with that, and with, people not being subscribed, I make all of, yes, thank you. Super Saint absolutely deserves a shout out and all the love in chat. Even with hitting good numbers, you make, like $3 a month or whatever in ads. It's not like we make much money. So I would fully just turn them off if I could. But Twitch, the way that it works, there's just a slider kind of like, it's very difficult to set them to where it's not always a nuisance. So I just leave it like 2 clicks beneath where they recommend or whatever. Because if you try to make them shorter, then it makes them more frequent. If you make them longer ad breaks, then they're less frequent. But then it's like 4 minutes of ads for non-subs. So, but Saint coming in, yeah, Saint amazing. Fucking 30 gifted plus a sub for himself. Absolute mad lad. Good Lord. Oh. Beat Roulette Buyer's Choice. Oh my goodness. That's an interesting call. Yeah, we could do that here in a minute. I honestly never use Twitch. Sometimes I open it and search for people. That's all. Thank you, Miss Oku. You guys are just showering praise on me right now. This is gonna make me cry. No, but anyways, what was I saying? I do have to keep like doing the thing that we're all here to do, which is making me sick. Yeah, if you seriously, Saint, I mean, we can do a beat roulette for you if you want, but beat roulette, I haven't done it in forever. Beat roulette was this. Oh, thanks, Enriquez. I'm so glad. This was beat roulette. It was an idea that we were doing for a while. This was like a year ago. I've been streaming for about a year. I did it a little bit off and on at first, like once or twice a week, and then I took a big break because we moved and a bunch of other shit was going on. So I've only really been at it for 6 months, like seriously. Since August or September is when I really started like doing it, every day. But this was this idea that I had called Beat Roulette, which is where we spin this wheel, and there's a mood wheel, a genre wheel, and a mod wheel. Oh, thanks, Juby. And if we hang on, how do I even do this? I haven't looked at this in forever. God, I just have to figure out how to spin these wheels again. How do we do this? Wait, wheels, we go here and we go interact. That's what we do. So we spin the wheel and it gives us a mood, a genre, and then a modifier. So like a mellow lo-fi track. And then the last one, some of it's like only use synthesizers, only use real instruments, only use toy instruments. Like I have a bunch of little mini silly toy instruments. Like this is a Bode Sultry. So I can only use those. Jesus, super. If we get even more gifteds today, I'm going to lose it. This is absolutely bananas. I cannot say I have ever had a stream like this. You guys are too kind. I mean, they always are great, but holy shit. Yes, and that's the screen is so old I don't even have any of the overlays on it. Anyways, so that's what it basically watch with no ads. That's what Beat Roulette is or was. So I had an idea at that time for a points redeem where you could request a Beat Roulette, but you choose. And then I have 20 minutes to make the track. I get as much done as I possibly can in 20 minutes. So, but Saint, with with 30 gifted, I mean, that is an amount of money that would just hire me to do something anyways. So if you want to jump in the Discord and get at me and you want me to like play bass on a track for you, like fully, or drums or mix something for you, I would be more than happy to. You have very much bought yourself that, and I will happily provide services for you in return. It's true, Super. You absolutely do. I mean, you are still victorious. That is very true. Regardless, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, we will definitely have a listen here in a second. Yeah, Mizoku, just to finish up my thoughts for you, there's some piano ideas for you. If you want me to outline those chords again, I'm happy to, if you want to snag them. But just something in that direction, I think would lift the track even further. It looks like you released this quite a while ago, so I doubt you're still working on it. It's phenomenal, man. It just sounds absolutely, aw. Thank you so much for the follow, Z-Sky. So kind of you. Got so many new friends today, you guys. This is spectacular.
Skynova wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Yeah, go ahead, fill out that form for me just real quick. Lets me know more about you, your track, and we will happily do some feedback for you. There's just one person ahead of you in queue, and then we will check it out in a moment. But again, Mizoku, track sounds amazing. I absolutely love your vibe. And yeah, please come back, share anything, anytime. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. The man of the hour, Saint. Trying to learn guitar, but it doesn't apply to this track. Okay, fair enough. FL Studio, looking for feedback on more or less everything. It's a new sound I'm working on building an album around. Also, I'm going to select AI tools because the production might have used AI vocals. But I myself didn't use it when writing the song or doing any vocals. Okay, interesting. So I'm assuming it's a sample that you got from somewhere that may be AI vocal, but then all the other like beat production and stuff you did yourself. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. Yeah, boom. Super's gotcha. Yeah, jump in the Discord, all of you, by all means. Aw, Dr. G, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
If I could walk on water, for you I'm walking it all the way across the world. And I ain't one for talk, but I used to love the way you have been running your mouth. And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends.
So this is now your vocal, correct? And it was the intro vocal that was the sample. Just want to make sure I'm like tracking everything that's going on.
I thought that you was an angel. Caught you in all different angles, like I've been dislodging
yeah, okay.
Like I've been playing for the Bengals, and you telling me that I'm wrong. I did the sense of the danger. I got caught up in the pain. I giving you everything, like what went wrong? I thought that we was a team. What happened into the team? I thought that we was a thing. What happened into the dream? I thought that we was a team, like for you and me. I thought that we was a team, like for you and me. Baby, you having a dream, like for you and me. Like for you and me. I thought that we was a team. I thought that we was a thing. I thought that we was a dream, like for you and me. Like fuck.
If I could walk on water, for you I'm walking it all the way across the world. And I ain't one for talk, but I used to let the way you have been running your mouth. And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little baby, but ain't no way we could be friends. I'm sorry, little baby, it ain't no way we could be friends. I'm sorry, little baby, I'm sorry. If I could walk on water, for you I'm walking it all the way across the world. And I ain't one for talk, but I used to love the way you have been running your mouth.
Okay. Really interesting. I did not expect the shift into like big ass rock. That's very cool. The beat, like it's the stuff is always a little bit tricky in terms of feedback because like if you just downloaded the beat and it's just one thing, obviously like any thoughts on that. The beat does have some, I can't really tell. I don't think it's fully AI. There are some elements of it that I question that have some of the sonic signature, things that I hear that tell me that some elements of it might be AI. Here's what I will say. Your vocal's great. The mix on the track overall, I think it's, definitely really heavily compressed. It's a lot more heavily compressed than I think maybe it needs to be. Is very loud, and that's, part of it. But compression and loudness, we talk about this a lot on stream, are two very different concepts. And, if you over compress, yes, it helps to make it very loud, but you also lose a lot in that process. Things start to feel a little flat. You lose transient definition. You introduce types of, sort of distortion that you don't necessarily want. So I think more on the mixing side of that. And that's probably, the beat was probably very aggressively mastered to begin with. And then if you're adding compression on top of that, or depending on how you're bouncing out in FL and how loud you have your tracks in FL, a lot of additional limiting gets applied to them when you render it down. So I'm definitely hearing a lot of that. But like your flow is really good. The lyrics are good. Your like just your timing and your the groove that you have with your voice is really, really nice. Rafter, what's up, buddy? Yeah, but like right there, like the amount of distortion on that kick is more like there's a way to get that kind of energy and that grittiness without it sounding really flat, right?
Rafter wants feedback on their song.
And to me, it's feeling, it doesn't have the energy that I think it could with like a really good, clean mix behind it. But again, that comes from, you'd have to have access to the actual full beat. And to answer your earlier question, I haven't produced a ton of stuff in this style. I definitely could. If you were interested in working together on something, reach out. I could be into that. I've certainly mixed plenty of rap and kind of trappy stuff. And I've mixed a lot of rock records. But I can't say I have produced a ton of beats in this style, but who knows? But like your vocal is present, the tuning sounds good. Your time is your time's really, really excellent. Like your natural sense of time is really great.
And she said sorry, but I cannot do it again. I'm sorry, little
Where did you get the beat from? Was it just like something you found on YouTube and grabbed, or because that's also going to be kind of the risk going forward. I know that like, oh, I'll just like grab a beat off of YouTube, which is a great resource for like practicing and writing tunes and getting better. As time goes on, we're going to see more and more of that stuff become more and more AI. And so, you know, if you want to avoid that, just another day. Good to see you, man. How's it going? Thank you so much for tuning in, my guy. You know, we're pretty staunchly, I wouldn't even say we're like we're pretty staunchly anti-AI on my channel here. Like there's aspects of like AI music generation that I am not. I'm mad at the companies. There's certain ways that you can use it that I have fewer problems with, especially if they can find a way to make the models more ethical. But just in general, like, you know, it's going to become more critical to kind of know who you're working with as time goes on if you want to avoid AI stuff showing up in the beats that you use. Not too positive how to reach out to producers. I mean, there's a lot of ways. Like, you know, obviously social media right now is a great way to find people. AI is a good tool for us, the producers, but leaving everything to AI takes away the essence of music. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like the ways that I hear it being used, and then I have clients who use it, is like, oh, you know, as just kind of another data point for, you know, like I have a game developer that I was working with a lot over the last couple of years, and he would have ideas for pieces, and he would use Suno to be like, cool, here's 2 or 3 things that Suno did that I think are interesting. No worries, super. I will absolutely do that. And then we would take that kind of, you know, in the same way that like we might grab a couple tracks off of YouTube and listen to those as I will take that call later. My husband's calling me. He's probably done with work. You know, we use it in the same way that we would use other like YouTube references, other song references, OSTs, you know, oh, we want something kind of in this direction. And then I put together an original piece of music, right? That's fine. But yeah, you know, we want to avoid it just being wholesale. Oh yeah, I just went into Suno and typed a prompt and now here's a beat. And especially in the world of like high turnover YouTube-y stuff, that's becoming more and more prevalent. And we like to avoid that if we can. So yeah, I mean, being active in Discord servers, there's a lot of producers in my Discord server. There are a lot of producers on social media. There's some guys on Twitch for sure. But it's, in my experience, it's really just like being present and talking to people, which is exactly what you're doing. And that's great. You know, and certainly if you have, money, you know, that you can invest a little bit. Where's my thing? There it is. Looking for beats. I mean, quite possibly. If you have money, you know, that's huge. If you can invest a little bit into it, there's a ton of producers out there that'd be like, oh man, you know, $50, $100, you know, newer guys, younger guys who are just learning, but still making great shit, would be, yeah, hop in my Discord, man. There's a couple of people in there. We're mostly like, there's a lot of composers in there because I do a lot of like video game scoring. So it's not, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Blazin makes great shit. So yeah, just being in communities, having conversations. Reddit, weirdly, is like a pretty solid place. I've gotten work on Reddit before, multiple times. So, but yeah, like again, the stuff where it's just a YouTube beat. It's always a little hard for me to go super deep with it. But I will tell you, your voice sounds good. Your sense of songwriting, lyrically, feels really good to me. I think there's a mix component to it that could just be cleaned up. Again, less compression, less distortion, and a good awareness of like volumes, and you know, levels of compression and stuff. Oh, Mizoku, thank you for the YouTube sub. I appreciate it. BeatStars is the best page to sell beats. I know people have talked about BeatStars for years. I have never, like, again, this stuff is a little out of my wheelhouse. I historically have done a lot of rock, pop, more, or, you know, acoustic styles or organic, quote unquote, styles of music, like punk and jazz and like records like that. And then I've done a lot of hybrid orchestral game scoring. When I was on Fiverr, I mixed a lot of tracks like this kind of high turnover for like SoundCloud rappers, that was always a popular service that I offered. But I haven't done a ton of like beat production and gone onto those kinds of sites. I just try to make sure that wherever I'm going, it's just like it's real, you know. So I don't know what BeatStars policy is on some of that stuff. You know, if they're pushing a bunch of AI beats, like that's obviously not something that we super love. But anyways, it's all about promotion. Yeah, to a certain extent, but it's that promotion can happen in a lot of different ways. You know, the social media route is one route, but like I do very little on social media and haven't for a very long time. And I've been, you know, I have had a whole career, so it's not the only way to go about it. But anyways, thank you very much for sharing, Saint. Again, I really appreciate the support with all the gifteds. It's really, really, really kind of you, man. And yeah, hit me up on Discord. I'm happy to chat about stuff, and maybe, you know, we could talk about putting a beat together or something for you. Cause I do really, really appreciate it, man. And I appreciate you stopping by and sharing your track. It's very cool. But we're going to keep cooking. We've got a couple people in queue now. We've got, Skynova next. Followed by Rafter, followed by Just Another Day. I'm excited for that one. But new friends of the channel. I'll give you guys my quick spiel again since we have so many friends in here who are new. Hi, how's it going? I'm Nathan Scott. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am a professional producer, composer, mix master, engineer, multi-instrumentalist. I've been in the business for 16 years. Most of my stream is about artist production and game scoring. I do commission client work on stream, talk about my process, music theory, songwriting, arrangement, mixing, mastering, techniques, ideas, all that kind of stuff. We also, of course, do feedback at the start of every stream. We're live every day, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, 8 p.m. Central European time. And then, you know, I'm always available if you guys ever need services in that vein as well. So just my little, here's who I am and here's what's going on for all of our new friends. Song that I sent, I never finished, so it's still a work in progress. Mix master sucks. Okay, fair enough. Good to know, I suppose. But yeah, we're going to keep it moving with feedback here. Super, I believe, is out for a moment. We are going to go ahead and say we're closing the feedback queue now, so we can get a little work done here in a bit. Feedback queue is closed. Come back tomorrow. Smiley face. Very good. We will pin that real quick. Okay. Skynova. Let's check out what you have going on, my friend. Come here. I play guitar, piano, and drums. Awesome. Me too. Working in FL. Hybrid trap. Okay. Very interesting. And again, this is work in progress, so. And did you do the whole beat yourself as well? I love the groove. Yeah, I think you could just. I don't think time-wise it's necessarily too long, but I would love to hear more happen during it instead of just dropping to which is really nice elements, but having a little more texture in there, especially a little bit more movement. Yeah, like bring in some filtered drums halfway through is exactly the vibe I was going to say. I think starting it where it is good. Just have it evolve a little bit more. Whoa. I did not see that coming. Really, 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 really nice work, man. This is fantastic. Really impressive arrangement chops overall. I love the random break into like very industrial, sort of industrial techno vibes all of a sudden. Or I don't know what you kids are calling this these days. Back in my day, we called that industrial techno, but I'm sure it has a, door bass or some. I don't know what you kids call things anymore, but it's great. It's whatever we're calling it. It's fantastic. Still industrial. Great. Okay. Good to know. Yeah. I mean, like arrangement. I had one kind of idea, and even then I hesitate to bring it up because I think it's so excellent overall. I do think that the idea of the like giant world ending drum kit that randomly comes in, kind of in the style of yeah, okay, ads. Hang on. Oh no. We will hold further comments until Skynova is back. Let me know when you're back. And actually, this will give me a second to set up this sort of idea that I have here. You're back. Oh, great. Well, that was quick. No, and so like I hesitate to even bring this up because like I don't think this really needs anything. This is maybe just more an idea that you could think of incorporating it at some point in the future that I think is cool, which is this idea of like I love layering acoustic kits in with stuff, especially when it comes to. That's not even like the kit that I would use necessarily, or the level of compression that I would use. Hang on, let me get this sound dialed in here so that we can actually have a good idea of what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's not bad. A little less lo-fi, probably. But just the idea of like dropping something like this in, I was going to suggest it after, like as part of your big main drop, but then you went to this amazing industrial techno place. like again, I hesitate to even suggest it because it's so good already, but I think that's a very fun texture to fly in there. Yeah. I don't know. Just an idea. I don't think this needs it. Because I think it fucking slaps. Just a thought. Something you could maybe use in something else in the future. Or if you like it for right there, you know, go for it. Other than that, I think the mix is actually in a pretty good shape. It's on the edge of a little heavily compressed. But it's not over the line, I don't think. I think it's pretty clean. I think it's pretty smiley curve. Like I would bring out some more mids. And I think you have the instrument. I don't think you need to add any instrumentation or vibes in there. I think it's just pumping your mix a little more or bringing out a little bit of like 400, 500, 1K. That kind of richness area of the mix would be a good call. And then also more subby fundamental, like more down in the 60 hertz, you know, chest push region. Because right now it's smiley curve-ish, and it is it's fabulous, Blazin'. It's a little smiley curvy, and it's just like really present on the top end. Not in necessarily a harsh way, but I want more mid-range richness, and then I definitely want more like fundamental sub, and then maybe just a touch less compression across the whole thing. But the balance feels really nice where it's sitting. Yeah, and like a little less distortion, saturation, clipping on the kick, I think would help with the sub issue. I think if you have a clipper on the sub right now, on the kick right now, it's robbing some low end out of it. So you could even like, if there's a way for you to split your kick, or set up like in Studio One, we have a thing called Splitter that lets you do parallel processing. Like only have your clipper on the top end of the kick. Yeah, so instead of putting a soft clipper just on the kick, try seeing if you can set something up where you can isolate, you know, the like you could even just like set it to send to 2 effects sends and then mute the track itself and go pre-fade or send to 2 different sends and put the clipper on one and focus it put like a high pass on it, focus it just on the attack and the transient component, that, you know, upper mid component of your kick sound, and then let your actual subs be totally clean and not necessarily hit the soft clipper. That'll get you that like real low, rich sub fundamental, but then also keep the distorted, rich, you know, snappiness from the clipper on there as well. Anyway, thick track, absolutely fantastic track. Super, super groovy. So I hope a couple of those ideas were helpful for you. But thank you very much for sharing. And I would love to hear if you keep working on it, and any of that is helpful. I would love to hear it as you work on it more. But thank you again for sharing it with us. It's fantastic. So many great tracks today, man. I love it. Rafter, you are up next, my friend. Play guitar and piano. Level 10 producer. My goodness, coming from my job. Working in Ableton. General reactions, still needs a proper mix is what we're looking for on this one. Sounds good. Happy to oblige.
From the right to the left. From the right to the left. From the right to the left, let's go.
Ooh.
From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left. From the right to the left.
This track might get our first full just drum playthrough for the day.
From the right
What do we think about that?
to the left.
It was fantastic.
From the right to the left. From the right to the left. From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go.
I want that last section to be twice as long. Excellent work overall. I think the mix sounds really, really nice where it's at, actually. Yeah, leveling issues in the second drop.
From the right to the left.
This all feels good. That snare feels a touch hot. That vocal now is suddenly quiet.
From the right to the
And that vocal is now very loud.
let's go.
The levels of all the basses, I think, are coming across to me as okay.
From the right to the left, let's go.
God, your groove is so awesome. It's like, it's delicious. That's why I want to play drums to it. Yeah, I think pull the snare back a little bit, and then those two vocals, like the first one over that main build section, is really quiet, and the second one's really loud. I think that's like really mainly it.
From the right to the left. From the right to the left, let's go. Let's go.
I do think that you could add
Iris wants
Austral.
feedback on their
How's it
song.
going? Austral, we do technically queue is closed at the moment. Oh, I'll check your track out. I'm having too much fun doing feedback right now. You're fine, Austral. Go ahead and toss it in there. Because I just closed it a second ago. But good to see you. And we'll definitely we'll check it out. I do think that adding something to the drums the second time around after the drop could be kind of a nice change up. Let me do this real quick. Let's go back to, let me pull up my cool sort of D&B-ish kit again. Well, because you have a new bass sound that comes in, which I really like and I think is very cool. Hang on. The like main thing I was going to say is shaker, but let me play around. I was just going to play drums for grins, but now I want to hear kind of what it does. Same pattern, different sounds. Okay. I definitely think like a shakery kind of a vibe could be nice. But let's see what some different kit grooves sound like.
From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go.
Yeah, that actually, I like the feel of that. See, this is what I'm saying, man. This section needs to be twice as long as that because it's such a good groove. But I want something more 16th notey, and more kind of, I think, really lifts it.
From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go. From the right to the left, let's go.
Yeah, like that kind of shit. You want more Mick Gordon. So like a shaker could do that too. That's all like very ghosty, like breakbeaty, kind of like, snare stuff, which I think works. But yeah, something there. Try a shaker or try to find like a cool breakbeaty thing like that. Could be nice. And then, adding stuff on the top end is always like a nice bell or a nice, like a nice icy bell pattern or an ARP or something always is kind of interesting. So, yeah, man. Very, 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 very cool. Need to counter strike. Let's counter strike. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah. I could hear that. Yeah. Or just I mean, another great thing to do in moments like this is just more kind of sound designy tricks. Really fast filter sweeps, adding and taking away clipping and distortion, isolating stuff, bit crushing stuff on certain beats or certain bars is always really, really nice. If you like using something like beat repeat could sound really, really cool there. Just on like an individual, like, just the second beat of the bar or something, just to give the whole bass arrangement of all the different synths and sounds a lot more like auditory interest and ear candy also is definitely like a nice step up. So, yeah, that's mainly and then I really want it to be longer because it's just such a great vibe. I want to live. I want to live in that for like minimum 45 seconds to a minute because it's so nice, especially after that night. And the drop is really well crafted. So a couple mixed things, a couple just like a little more interest in that in the back half. And I think you'll be in excellent shape, man. Great work. Really, really great work on that. Okay, last person in queue for now. Thank you very much for sharing. I really appreciate it. Great job, Rafter. Let me know how it's going. It's fantastic. Love the vocal sample, by the way, too. Very cool vocal sample. Just another day. You are currently last up in queue. Austral just submitted as well, so I think we'll have Austral right after you. But we are pretty well up at the end here. Guitar, bass, keyboard, drums. We love it. FL and Pro Tools. Overall engineering. I took into consideration what you said about recording further away from the mic and tried to give it a little more grit and think it's worked. Okay, very cool. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. This was a bitch to sample. Yes, we've been hearing a bunch of stuff from you just the other day, and it's all been quite cool. So I'm glad my thoughts were useful. We'll see what we think. What is the sample from?
Yo, the money don't stop my will. I lift weight off the frame I build.
Instantly, your vocals sound night and day different. Night and day difference.
Set mastered.
It's a James Bong sample. Bong. James Bong.
Top Top of the mountain, you couldn't fall any faster. See, I'm propping my head up as I head up. What if all the shit was a movie and they playing us? Free game, free wills, off a steep hill. Grinding on a line, bro, the pencil sharpen me still. Just take a hint, she don't want your love. I've been fucking for a long time, but I'm still a virgin. I don't give a fuck, I got lucky on the wrong night. I don't believe in luck, it's divine intervention or you work for it.
Backing off the mic and just like a little bit of saturation and like a little bit more of like a pushed in the like saturation warmth kind of department.
I lived a life you couldn't imagine. Most would give up, but I worked through it. If I told you the stories, you'd say it didn't happen. Fuck school, I was out robbing shops, smoking crops, hiding from cops and busy trapping, busy getting the bag.
Yeah, because Another Day's vocals before sounded technically really great, but they sounded a little like the way that I put it was like a little audiobook. They were just like very present, very clean, very well EQ'd, which is hard to do and takes skill, but isn't super like genre appropriate for stuff like this. And so I was like, back off. You're doing a podcast. Yeah. See, and they sounded like beautifully engineered podcast vocals in a rap context. And so I was like, back off the mic, because the closer that you can even hear it here on my voice. If I'm talking from back here, and then the closer that I get, 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 obviously it gets louder, but you notice the low end of my voice comes out much, much, much more. And we call this proximity effect. This is something that happens with all microphones. And so usually when, if you go to school for engineering or for vocal performance, a big part of what you learn is dealing with a microphone and knowing that if there's a quiet part of the song, you got to be right up on the mic. And then the louder that you get, you pull off the mic a little bit and you kind of self-mix as you come in and out. You self-moderate your volume. That's just having good mic technique. But one of the side effects is that the closer in on the mic you get, the more proximity effect that you get. And that's kind of helps to give like the radio announcer vibe, or, certainly in pop vocals, being right up on the mic can be a good thing. It makes your voice sound really present and rich and full and really intimate and right in your face. For hip hop stuff, for rap stuff, you actually, generally speaking, you want to, yes, and using polar patterns to your advantage for sure, to change the nature of that proximity effect and the overall tonal nature of the mic. Absolutely. But, the hip hop guys, a lot of times they're not like classically trained vocalists. The engineers weren't necessarily super technically experienced engineers. And so they would record a lot further off the mic, and it gives it a more ambient, airy, gives the vocal more of a sense of place, as opposed to being this beautiful, intimate, really isolated, in your face thing, which sounds great for pop, sounds great for, certainly any like dialogue application, whether it's radio or voiceover or, whatever. But typically with hip hop stuff, you want to be further off the mic. You want to be a little more like relaxed and back. It helps to give you the right sound. And so even just to tweak that small. Hey, I'm new here. See me on. How's it going? New here, but I was away for a bit and got gifted a sub. Excellent. Congratulations. I love reviews when it's a professional producer. Fantastic. Well, hello, Simeon, and it's great to have you in here. Congrats on getting the sub. Very cool. And yeah, come back anytime. I'm live Monday through Friday, pretty much every single day. Sometimes I take days off. Get in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord will get you an invite. I'll ping everybody in there when I go live. But yeah, every day, Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S., 8 p.m. Central European time. We are live.
Bags of shopping for my mum's gaff, she knows where it's from, but could never argue. I've always been bad, so who the fuck's gonna put it past you? My expiry date is still unknown, but I feel it's so past you. I'm living for the thrill now. The money don't stop my will. I lift weight off the frame I build. My skill set mastered. Top of the mountain, you couldn't fall any faster. See, I'm propping my head up as I head up. What if all
thought this shit was a movie and they playing us. Free game, free wheels. Off a steep hill, grinding on a line, bro, the pencil sharper me still. I told you that my skill set mastered. My life is better now, but I'm still a grumpy bastard. I'm still working on working out. Push-ups in my dirty pad, they worked fantastic. I had to survive off a couple of quid. I had to make it stretch like elastic. Funny these men get rich and go broke, but it's not all laughs and joke. See round here man wanna be millionaires just to buy guns and smoke. Choke, a stoner life, I've been living a sober life. I want a house in Lake Como, and it's getting closer. I might even need a wife. I know.
Nice. Your lyrics are great, man.
Go see opera in Lake Como. You got this nerd in
I think it works with no drums. I gotta hear it. I'm so sorry. I'm playing drums on like everything today. I don't know why. It's because everything's so groovy. I gotta hear it though. I think it's all in what groove. I think it's all in what groove and what the kit sounds like. Yeah.
Gonna put it past you. My expiry date is still unknown, but I feel it's so past you. I'm living for the thrill now. The money don't stop my will. I lift weight off the frame I built. My skill set mastered. Top of the mountain, you couldn't fall any faster. See, I'm propping my head up as I head up. What if all this shit was a movie and they playing us? Free game, free wheels. Off a steep hill, grinding on a line, bro. The pencil sharper. I told you that my skill set mastered. My life is better now, but I'm still a grumpy bastard. I'm still working on working out. Push-ups in my dirty pad, they work fantastic. I had to survive off a.
What tempo is this at? I need to click. Do you know off the top of your head what tempo you sampled it to? Because I can just roll a click in my DAW and then just I think it's 70. Okay, hang on 1 second here. No, it's not 70. Feels like maybe 90 something, 94 ish. Because I got to get it in time. You know what? Send me the MP3. Do you have the MP3 of this? Send me the MP3 and the tempo, and I will lay drums on this for you right now. 87. Send me the MP3. If you do, are you at your computer and you can easily just drop an MP3 in Discord? I'm having way too much fun, guys, with all these tracks today. We're going to back this off a little bit. But yeah, definitely like jazzy, like nothing super heavy, just... Excellent. It's in Share Your Music. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, my fucking Discord is going crazy. Okay. I love it. We love it. Come back here, you. Come here, you. Come here, you. Boom. And we are going, let me make sure this doesn't do the thing that I know it's going to do. 87. We're just going to...
Another day to start all over again.
Yo, money don't stop my will. I lift weight off the frame I built. My skill set mastered. Top of the mountain, you couldn't fall any faster. See, I'm propping my head up as I head up. What if all the shit was a movie and they playing us? Free game, free wills. Off a steep hill. Grinding on the line, bro, the pencil sharpen me still. Just take a hint, she don't want your love. I've been fucking for a long time, but I'm still a virgin. I don't give a fuck. I got lucky on the wrong night. I don't believe in luck. It's divine intervention or you work for it. I lived a life you couldn't imagine. Most would give up, but I worked through it. If I told you the stories, you'd say it didn't happen. Fuck school, I was out robbing shops, smoking crops, hiding from cops and busy trapping. Busy getting the bag, buying bags of shopping for my mum's gaff. She knows where it's from, but could never argue. I've always been bad, so who the fuck's gonna put it past you? My expiry day is still unknown, but I feel it's so past you. I'm living for the thrill now. The money don't stop my will. I lift weight off the frame I built. My skill set mastered. Top of the mountain, you couldn't fall any faster. See, I'm propping my head up as I head up. What if all this shit was a movie and they playing us? Free game, free wills. Off a steep hill. Grinding on the line, bro, the pencil sharper me still. Told you that my skill set mastered. My life is better now, but I'm still a grumpy bastard. I'm still working on working out. Push-ups in my dirty pad, they worked fantastic. I had to survive off a couple of quid. I had to make it stretch like elastic. Funny these men get rich and go broke, but it's not all laughs and jokes. See round here, man wanna be millionaires just to buy guns and smoke. Choke, a stoner life. I've been living a sober life. I want a house in Lake Como, and it's getting closer. I might even need a wife. I know, treat her right.
But I've always wanted to go see opera in Lake Como. They got this nerd.
All right. Boom. There you go. I'm just going to send you that file. I don't even want to quantize it because I don't think it should be quantized. Normally, I like quantize things at least a little bit. But not that it's not a perfect take at all. But what's up, Sonic Briefing? How's it going? Good to see you. Hang on, sorry. I was not paying any attention to chat at all, obviously. Need an electric kit. It's loud as hell for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it super loud? Woo! Yay. Excellent. Okay, yeah. We're just going to do this. Boom. Up. Hang on, turn that down. Oh, the MP3 was mad loud. Yeah, it was a little bit loud. Let's do that, and then we're just going to literally do that. And then I'm going to drop this back to you as an MP3, and then you chop it up however you want. There will be parts of it where I drift a little bit from the kicks, so you'll probably have to cut a little bit here and there. But we're literally just going to go zoop, turn you down a little bit, zoop, export, And MP3 is fine because Discord will get mad at me otherwise. Breaks. And between loop, thank you very much. Boom. Good. Come here and boom. There you go. It's in Share Your Music for you. Just another day. It's a great track, man. This is like by far and away the thing that, like the best thing I've heard from you in this style of stuff that you have been sending. Like I remember the very first track, I was like, oh, your vocal's lacking a little confidence. And then you were like, cool, I'll work on that. And then you came back and you're like, cool, what do you think now? I'm like, confidence is better now. It sounds podcasty. It's tops, man. You sound great. Like the amount that you've progressed in this vocal style is awesome in such a short period of time. So you went from like, yeah, it's great. It's just great. And like the sample's a bop. Literally my only thing was like, yo, you just need a fat groove in this and you're going to be in excellent shape. Anyways, that was super fun. Thank you for letting me do that. Maybe that's what we'll start doing. Well, instead of feedback, it'll just be like, I'll add one thing to your song. Just for fun. So enjoy it. You should be able to find a couple good usable bars in there. So, but thank you very much for sharing, man. Thank you very, very much for sharing. It's fantastic. I really don't have anything like, it's a great sample flip. It's a great, your vocals sound great. You're there. You did it. You did the thing. Oh. You guys, this is the world that we live in now. So this is my stream feedback form. Just so you guys know, this is what it looks like on my end when you guys get in queue. I just pull up and go individual responses and click through. So now Google, try summarizing your responses. Quickly draw insights from text responses in your forms, surveys, and questionnaires. So that's completely useless to me because it's not here for me to like gather general data. It's here for me to like very specifically hone in on each individual response and look at their track. I literally cannot click out of this. I can only turn it on. This is Gemini trying to hoover up all of the data that you guys enter into my form. And it literally will not even give me an option to say, no, I don't need that. It's just, this shouldn't say try summarize responses. Like, hey, here's a suggestion. This should say, now you're going to start using summarize responses. That's what this is. That's what this actually does. I don't want this. I don't have any use for this. I hate this. And yet there is no way for me to not. I can't click out of it. We can try to reload it. Okay, that got rid of it. Now, I don't know if that's on or not. It looks like it probably is. Oh, no, that's helped me create a form. That's write it all for me. That's the write it all for me button. I'm so sick of this shit. I am so sick of it. Tackety, oh, you're back. Oh, perfect timing. We just cleared out the old F4. Yeah, seriously, right? Great timing, Tackety. We just finished out Q. So we can, like, literally moments ago. Let me go find your track. Zoku, were you earlier? You might have been earlier. What were you, number 2 or 3? It was Iconic, then Hate. Tackety, you were number 4. Excellent. We'll check out Tackety's track, and then let's go work on this mix for Nosebora for a little bit here. Congratulations. We love having good timing. hearing these guitar VSTs is always such a trip. How they try to like add in these sounds of actual guitar for the slides and like the finger texture and stuff. It's always kind of funny to hear. Because it's adding a sample of fret. But it's the same exact sample of fret noise every single time. Really, really lovely. Lovely vibe. Perfect vibe to close out feedback with. I like it a lot. Hang on. Let me see a few things here. I mean, I think this is an interesting one. Mix-wise, the guitar that's panned to the left, that lead guitar, is quite a bit louder than everything else. So I would definitely bring that down. And then you've got like sort of Mellotron flute, which is nice. Over on the YouTube side, Jocelyn McDonald, no, I cannot play Happy Birthday. That is not what the stream is about. That, to be honest with you, I mean, I guess if one of my like regular followers in here, it was their birthday and they really wanted me to play Happy Birthday for them, I could be open to it, but that is not what my stream is about. So I would really appreciate you watching. If you can stop spamming it, that would be great. Vibe I was given was cozy, and I think I achieved that. You absolutely achieved. It's extremely cozy. It is a warm mug of hot chocolate with steam slowly rising off of it. It's fantastic. Yeah, Happy Birthday is also copywritten. Yeah, sorry to interrupt with that, but there's been somebody over on the YouTube chat who's been spamming Play Happy Birthday for pretty much the entire stream. So I wanted to address it for a moment. This is a user who shows up in my chat very frequently and has for weeks. Yes, it is my birthday today. Jocelyn, I don't believe you because you ask for Happy Birthday pretty much every stream and have been for the last 2 weeks. So... again, appreciate you watching and hanging out, but this is a stream about professional music production, so I would appreciate it if we would keep chat on to that topic. It would be very, very nice to have that, because it's quite distracting to have somebody who just sits there and says, play Happy Birthday over and over again. Thanks. YouTube chat is unhinged, you guys. YouTube chat is entirely unhinged. Melodic concept is really good. Yeah, I think starting the melody on the 4 is maybe a little odd. And I don't know if you have control over that slidey sound. I think if you didn't have it on the first note, it would flow better. If there's a way to make it so that it can just start that first note cleanly, I think that would help a little bit. You have Saint AT to thank for that. Saint came in here and dropped 30 subs It was bananas. My Twitch interface went absolutely fucking crazy. Goodbye, Jocelyn. Thanks for watching. Not gonna lie, I think I've seen you elsewhere. You very likely have. I've done a lot of content for different companies over the years. Josh, this person who was asking for happy birthday on the YouTube side just said bye. Bye. I don't know what you want. Where you may have seen me, Blazon, is I used to do videos for this channel called Concertini. They were terrible videos, doing gear reviews. You also might have seen me. I've done a lot of, let's see if these are even still up all these years later. Yeah, this was way back in the day. In designing it, Bill Putnam created just an amazing piece of gear that Universal Audio. This was my old studio when I talk about running a commercial studio. So I used to do a lot of. Oh, wow, this is 33K. Interesting. Yeah, so you might have run across those. I'm not particularly proud of them. The story behind me doing these videos is actually a really weird, hilarious story. I will tell that story in a moment once we finish talking about Techity's track here. But yeah, most people have either seen me from those, or I did a lot of courses for Jamplay and TrueFire, which are two really big guitar education sites. You guys somehow managed to turn a regular day into Feedback Thursday. It's true. Wow, 3 hours. We don't have a ton of work left to do on Noses track, so that's why I'm allowing it. What's up, Roller Coaster? No, yeah. So I would take that slide off the first note. Sometimes that's like velocity will do that, or sometimes it's like modulation. There's a number of different controls you can go in and automate that might do that. Video react. Oh my God. Things are crazy. Sure, Super. What do you want to look at? The other thing that I was going to say here is adding a rhythmic element, like a shaker. I don't think drums, because we're going for cozy, and drums are not cozy. Drums are far too much. But like a nice little shaker would be kind of nice. Max velocity makes it slide. Yeah, so I would just back off I don't think it needs that slide. So that slide sound is almost a little distracting. I think if you just let it be what it is, I think that would be maybe a little better. And then yeah, just like a little shaker would be nice here. And maybe a little more reverb on things. Like if you can set up like a reverb across the whole track. It feels very dry and very in your face. I think like a little bit of just a nice like room reverb or plate reverb across the whole mix. Just a little, 10% would be really nice to lesh it out. And just kind of glue it together a little bit more. But it's lovely. You nailed cozy for sure. I think it's great. Nice melodies, nice chord changes, interesting voicings. So yeah, if you want to keep working on it, little shaker, little verb across the whole thing. And then, yeah, I wouldn't worry about those slideys in that guitar. I think you'll be in good shape. But no, quick story time. Super, where's your video? Or did you just want to hear more about the Concertini thing? Oh no, it's a TikTok thing. What is happening on TikTok? Ooh. Oh yeah, Michael Cleveland. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with this guy. That's not on steroids. That's just bluegrass, man. I grew up on this shit. My dad was an incredible bluegrass banjo player at the beginning of his career. I've played on gigs like this. No, I love a lot of stuff like Jerry Douglas. A lot of the Bela Fleck stuff is phenomenal. There's a record called Listeners. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Billy Strings is all right. Billy Strings is a little jam band for my taste, but no, like Chris Thile, Jerry Douglas, Edgar Meyer, Yo-Yo Ma, all of that stuff in the sort of new acoustic world is what we call that. I adore, like Tony Rice. A lot of Tony Rice's older records are amazing. This kind of I grew up on bluegrass. You know, when my dad was a kid, my dad got to play with Bill Monroe, which in the bluegrass world is a big deal. And what's really interesting is how much bluegrass has in common with traditional Irish music. A lot of people don't realize it, but the closest musical relative to bluegrass and where this sound and vibe came from was Irish immigrants in the late 1800s, kind of making their way out into Appalachia in the eastern United States. Interesting ethnomusicological note for you. Very, very directly takes from both in chord movement, rhythms, playing approach. Bluegrass very much has its roots in Irish music. I'm watching you in a morgue program. What is a morgue program? Is that another producer or something? Violin is my main love. Bluegrass and Irish fiddle. Though I've had to undo some of my classical training for sure. No, I am still looking for an excuse to work with her, but my parents are really good friends with Moira Brenach, who was the original principal fiddler for Riverdance back in the day. She's insane. She's so good. And I have her number. I've met her a couple of times. I know her. She's wonderful. She's like this big, the hilarious little firebrand of an Irish woman. But I keep looking for an excuse to call her for a project because I know she's around. She lives in Dublin. But I love a good fiddle, man. Absolutely. That's fabulous, Super. Do you have crazy connections? Not really. I know I've gotten to work with a couple of cool people, and I know a couple of cool people, but not really. And what's funny is like there's a very particular subset of musicians, or not even musicians, but just people, where when they go, "Who have you worked with?" or "Who do you know?" I can rattle off the list of names, and they go, "Oh my God, that's crazy." But it's a very small group of people because it's not anyone that's particularly famous now. And it's like, if you're really into classic rock and jam band music, I can be like, yeah, I've toured with John Popper from Blues Traveler. And people go, "Oh my God, I love Blues Traveler." But if you don't know who Blues Traveler is, which very few people do anymore, sort of move on right now. And certainly you saw the whole description of the challenge of my song, but what do you think of it? Overall, I think it was really, really nice, man. I think it's lovely. Sorry, I should have read your thing. Let me read it. This is for a weekly project I'm doing now, similar to Jonathan Colton's Thing a Week. Okay, but with my own twist. I've been taking prompts from the Inktober 52 drawing challenge and using those for music idea. Any way I can twist the prompt counts. That's super neat, man. I love that. Those are great challenges to commit to because they make you think really creatively over time about what you're making and kind of push you into new spaces. I love that. No, and I think you nailed the prompt. I think it feels extremely cozy. It feels extreme. It definitely fits the bill. Yeah, I think my main notes were I think Shaker would be cool. And yeah, like a little reverb across the whole thing, and then just like cleaning up that lead guitar and turning it down a little bit because it was a little bit loud. But no, it was a really nice piece overall. Cool chords, cool movement, all that stuff. No, but I was going to talk about Concertini for a second because you guys will get a kick out of this. So I have, I've talked before on stream about Fiverr and how I had this great, I was lucky to have a very successful Fiverr account for a long time. I think I did probably 600-ish projects on Fiverr. But I happened to sign up for Fiverr like a couple of weeks or a month after they allowed people to charge more than $5. When Fiverr originally started, it was like you could only charge $5 for a task. And then at some point they were like, we'll open it up to kind of anything. It was only for like coders and little, like quick internet gig work, IT gig work type stuff. But there was this point, I think it was 2017, where they were like, nope, you can charge whatever you want and we'll open it up to like graphic design and music and all these other services. And I just so happened to have signed up for an account like a month after that happened. And immediately started getting a ton of work there. It was a great platform for a couple of years. I made a lot of money on Fiverr. It's not anymore. It sucks now. No worries, Super. Big love to our wonderful mod and lighting director, Super. Thank you, my friend. Yes, that's a very good point to call it a day. Go get some sleep. Go get some rest, man. But like a year into me being on Fiverr, this guy messages me and is like, hey, I have this website called Concerdini.com that's like a blog about music equipment. And I have a YouTube channel that I'm trying to grow. And I'm trying to find somebody who will make YouTube videos for this YouTube channel. So I want somebody who has a lot of gear, like a lot of equipment, and can just make review videos. I don't really care what they're about, just as long as it's related to music. I was like, okay. Yes, big shout out to Saint. That's for fucking sure, man. Coming in here dropping 30 gifted. Are you kidding me? And I looked into it and the guy was like, he's like, oh, I live in Latvia. I'm like, okay. So I need to pay you on Payoneer. And like, sometimes I might need to send you Russian rubles and all. And I was like, okay, this is odd. But I started making videos I had no idea really how to do content on my own. So like the videos were not very good quality because I was learning. But he started paying and I ended up doing like 160 gear review videos for this fucking channel. And when I started making videos, it had a couple of videos on it. It had like 100 subscribers or 200 subscribers. And it ended up over a couple of years getting 10 or 15,000 subs. But every time it was just this arrangement where he would just go, send me a list of gear that you own. And so I wrote everything down from like my console all the way down to like a tuner. He's like, I want every single piece of equipment you have. I want a list of it. So I sent it to him and he went, great, make a video on everything. Like one video per thing. And I was like, okay, well, I have guitars. I have like, pro audio gear. He's like, I don't care what it is. Just make a video about it. Like, okay, well, we should like focus on something like we should do. And then he goes, well, what plugins do you have? And I'm like, oh God, thousands. He's like, well, I want a video on every single plugin. I'm like, okay, that's not how this isn't how but he was like, I'll pay you, I think it was $200 a video. And I'm like, okay. So I just started making these videos. They weren't very good. I tried my hardest, but they weren't like particularly well put together because I didn't really know what I was doing. But he paid me and I was doing like one a week. And it was a significant part of my income for like 2 years, 2 or 3 years, was every week I would do a new Concerdini video. And, what I finally realized was going on, because he didn't monetize the YouTube video. He didn't have the blog monetized. But we're doing these videos and I would, no, it was a content farm. Because what ended up happening was we started doing the videos. He wouldn't engage at all. He was like, if you want to log in and answer comments, you're welcome to, but I don't really care. We're not going to run ads. We're not going to run ads on anything. And he paid me, $20,000 or $30,000 over like 3 years to do all these videos. And at the end of it, I didn't even know it was the end of it. I was like in the flow. I got free gear. I got free plugins. People started reaching out to me. We're getting offers for sponsorships, and he would take free gear and have it shipped to me, but he wouldn't take any sponsor money. And I was just like, where the hell is this guy getting his money from? I don't understand. And then one day I went in and I got an email from him and he said, okay, we're done. I'm selling the channel. And I was like, what do you mean you're selling the channel? He's like, somebody just offered me $50,000 for the channel and the blog. That's all I was after. Thank you for your service. Goodbye. And he sold the channel to somebody for 50 grand. And that was that. And there is a market out there for people who build, and it's going to get way worse now thanks to AI, where they do not give a shit what the niche is. They are not interested in making content at all. They hire content creators and they build channels up to a certain point where they can charge a certain amount of money for them, and then they sell them off. and this happened. He sold the YouTube channel. I got locked out of it. I couldn't upload anything to it, and all of the uploads stopped. A few videos came out after mine. I don't know what the deal was with that, but the channel's been completely abandoned. No one's uploaded anything to it in years. So bizarre. I got pretty good at it by the end, and we were literally like Mooer, the guitar pedal company, sent me like 5 pedals to review, and nice pedal, not cheap stuff. Like they're big multi-effects, like, $200-$300 pedals. Pedal rigs they were sending me. This company, Donner, sent me a whole ass digital grand piano to review. And we're like, keep it. We don't care. It's like a $400 piano on Amazon. I gave it to a friend of mine who's a singer-songwriter. It was crazy. But this guy, who's, again, I won't say his name just for, privacy, but he didn't care at all about the quality. He didn't care what I said. He didn't care how objective I was. He didn't care about any of it. He's like, as long as you're releasing a video a week and it's getting some views, I don't give a shit. Just make it and I will pay you for every video. I was like, okay. And then he tore it all down. And then he came back to me like a year later and was like, cool, so I'm going to do it again. Do you want to keep making videos? And I was like, no, I don't. Because if I'm going to go build a community, if I'm going to it felt so bizarre to me because like people started actually watching it and like investing in it and I've gotten recognized from it a couple of times where people are like, hey, did you make review videos on YouTube? I'm like, yeah, they sucked. My audio was terrible. It was like I was filming on my phone for a while. They're awful. But I did, but it wasn't, it's so weird to like dump a bunch of time into content and then have it not be like for you or be real or like, it's like, oh, we are building a community, but it's not actually a community. Like it was very strange. So anyways, just kind of an odd story, from years ago. Okay, hang on. Let's jump over here. Yeah, it feels taken advantage of, but instead of you being taken advantage of, it's your viewers. Yeah, exactly. Blessin, subscribe over on the YouTube side as well. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Hang on. Let me do something here. I'm going to open this up. Yeah, it was really strange. And it's, I have been on YouTube off and on in different ways for many years. Like I've got Nomadic Bard, which is my travel thing. I did some of my own uploads years ago. I've uploaded stuff from stream. I was uploading shorts for a couple of months and trying to cut long form stuff out of stream. I did Concertini for a long time. I contributed to Jamplay's YouTube channel multiple times, Truefire's YouTube channel multiple times. I've worked with a couple really big YouTubers. Like Darkness Prevails had me do some music for him at one point. He's a really successful creepypasta. He's got like, I think over 1 million subs at this point. I did some scoring work for him. So it's I have done plenty of YouTube. But YouTube takes a lot of work, and there was a time when it was pretty predictable and sustainable, but anymore the algorithm is just fucked. And it's impossible to figure out what it wants. And, all that kind of stuff. Crazy world we live in. I try not to be in the hustle grind culture, get bombarded by. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't, it works for some people and that is fine. There is an element of the hustle grind thing that is like, there's a grain of that I think is useful and is valid, but not a lot of it, like, I don't know. It's weird. Like it's important to work hard and like, yes, it does take a certain amount, like hustle and grind to me was like saying yes to lots and lots of opportunities. Cause you never know where they will lead. And like, honestly, even from Concertini, I was like when we started getting like NFR licenses from plugin companies, they would connect directly with me and I got to know them a little bit, or like I got to know the guys at Audioscape a little bit cause they wanted to send me stuff. And what's cool is, and this is kind of, saying yes to stuff, that's part of hustle culture, but that's a very valid part. Because I said yes to Concertini, I did make money, and that was fine, and it helped pay the bills for a while. It was weird. I would love it if those videos weren't on YouTube anymore, because they're not very good. Just objectively speaking, it's not, the audio's all over the place and camera looks shitty and, but what it did was teach me how to be good on camera and give me experience with content creation and video editing, and then, which has contributed a lot to my career. But also I do have a list of content. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years since I was doing it. But like if my stream gets big or continues to get big, because it's growing beautifully right now. Thanks to all of you wonderful fucking people. I have a list of companies that I can reach out to and like start doing giveaways, right? And start doing, doing some like sponsorship stuff with cool plugin and gear companies that I use and believe in. So you just never know what's going to beget what, right? That's kind of my point. And like so many times in my career, I've said yes to a thing, and maybe the thing that I said yes to ended up sucking. But then ultimately it introduced me to somebody, or it introduced me to a way of doing something, or I learned a technique or a process or a new, whatever. Like my mantra has always been say yes and figure out how to do it later. Because like if somebody's like, oh, I don't need music production, but could you edit this video for me? And you kind of have two options. You're like, I've never edited a video before, so no, I don't want the work. Or you go, yeah, totally, absolutely. I can do that for you 100%. And then they go, great, cool. Here's the thing. I'll pay you $50. And then they walk away and you immediately go, how to edit video. And you start, figuring out how to do it. You're not going to do an amazing job, but you're going to learn, and doing Concertini taught me how to make content. So it was like, I was essentially kind of being paid to go to school in a weird way, to figure out video editing and how to film things and how to use cameras and all that. Over on the YouTube side, they call me. How's it going? Good to see you. So, yeah, I don't know. Ramblings and musings. But let's go ahead. Let's get this mix punched up, just to kind of close out stream here. I'm going to hop off in a bit. But we are going to, we're going to finish up this mix first from Nosebora. This is called Do the Best You Can. We've been working on it for the last week or so. Would love to hear your take on mix effects. Absolutely, we're using mix effects in this, so I will happily take a look at it. Basically, what mix effects is yes, we just need to finish out the vocals. Mix effects is this very cool feature that's implemented in Studio One, which we call it because we don't call it Fender Studio Pro. Who the fuck would call it that? That would be crazy. Where they're devices that you load on buses, and then you can load them on your master output as well. And what it does is it kind of reaches into the audio engine of the program and gets access to all the tracks on a per track basis. And so it allows you to emulate parts of analog summing, which is, summing is the idea of like, if you think back to a big recording studio, right? And they've got that massive recording console as the centerpiece of the studio. I am him they call me on YouTube. I am not a DJ. I am a professional producer and composer, mix master engineer, multi-instrumentalist, all-around music man. So obviously big old studios, we had these massive recording consoles. We had tape machines, right? All these analog devices. And the idea of summing is the main thing a console does is obviously it's got a ton of different channels and it sums them all down into a mix, right? There are elements of how it does that as a big piece of analog hardware that are very different than how software does it, right? Software is digital, so it just kind of adds all the sound together. When you're working with a console, it has all these different, transformers and line amps and buses and all this stuff that when you push sound through all that circuitry, right? All those transformers, all those resistors, all that length of cabling, all these different types of amplifiers and op amps, all this stuff, it colors the sound in a certain way. And when you sum things together, add those sounds together, it responds in different ways. Natural compression, natural thickening, natural saturation, all these kind of, we call it non-linearities, get added to your signals. Mix Effects in Studio One goes a long way to emulate that. Like, for instance, there's this idea of crosstalk, because on a big mixer, you have these different channels that are right next to each other physically, right? And there's a certain amount of interference that happens between the two. So you could have a vocal on channel 1 and then a guitar on channel 2, solo the vocal. And if you turn it way up, you'll actually hear a tiny bit of the guitar in that signal because they're right next to each other. Yeah, you get basically radio interference between the two. So you can hear a tiny bit of the guitar in the vocal signal. It's subtle little things like that that can add a lot to a mix, to add a lot of dimension. So Mix Effects reaches into the audio engine and gets access to all of the tracks in the mix in Studio One and does that to all of them in different ways. So like we're using tape multi-track on the drums. So this isn't just slapping tape saturation across the drum bus. It's literally reaching in. You see these little purple lights on the channels. It's literally reaching into all of the tracks in my drum bus and applying saturation and summing to them that is behaving and adding a little bit of compression, adding a little bit of saturation, and adding crosstalk, which is even a whole knob that we have right here, to just give them that vibe in a slightly more authentic way, if that makes sense. And then we're also using it across our master bus using Brit Console. So this is like an SSL style console emulation that's reaching into all of the tracks across our entire mix and doing the same thing, emulating that non-linearity, that sort of saturation and compression profile that we get from the summing that's happening in a full-size SSL console, like a 4000E or 4000G or something like that. So that's the deal with Mix Effects. Life with me is going great. Him, they call me. We're just working on some mixes. Ivan Kimkes over on the YouTube side. Hello, how's it going? So we're going to listen from top to bottom. We've got this lovely string arrangement that we did. I might make some basic tweaks as we listen, but what we're mainly going to focus on is getting the vocals polished up and in place. And then we should be able to take this one over the finish line in, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes probably. And then we will go ahead and we're going to go raid Chris Bedden today. I know that much. Absolutely, Sonic Briefing. My pleasure. Yeah, it's a very, very, very cool feature. I use it all the time.
Winter turns to spring, spring turns into summer, summer into fall, fall turns back to winter, each time the same old thing, it never leaves me guessing, there's comfort in routine, but heartbreak when I realize the cycle never stops. The world
Cool. So I really am pleased with where everything is sitting right now, actually. I'm glad we stepped away from it for a couple of days. But I'm really pleased with the mix overall as a good starting point. So what we want to go ahead and do now is just parse through all these vocal tracks. Nose always provides tons of excellent vocals for us to play with, which is great. So we're going to, thanks, Nose. Yeah, I'm very, very pleased with it. The strings in particular, like not to toot the horn, but we did this string arrangement. This was last week that we were working on just the string arrangement. Hey, Nose. Him, they call me on YouTube, says, this beat sounds like Hotel California. Oh, that is so funny to me. Extremely strange pull, yeah. Yeah, I'm very, very pleased with the string arrangement on this. Anyways, okay, let's start listening through. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of you, him. I appreciate it. That's just a very, from a musician's perspective, that's a very kind of funny reference. I appreciate it, though, I suppose. By the way, the little album cover visualizer was constructed by me entirely within FL's Z Game editor. Okay. Visualizer module is as such is entirely bespoke. I couldn't find any preset that looked like I wanted, so I figured I might as well make it myself. That's very cool. That's very, very neat, man. I love it. String piano alt version is a must. Absolutely. I agree 100%. Okay, so we have all these vocals, and I had them in this folder, kind of, blah, whatever, to just so, while we were working on the rest of the track. But now we actually want to go through and decide which of these we want to keep, which of these we want to use. Probably we'll use most of them. I don't know if the vocoder, I know some of them have vocoder. We might keep one of those just for a little, like, flavor. I don't know if the vocoder bit is, like, really... Yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling the vocoder on this one anymore. Because the strings are so, like... the strings are very much in that sonically, in that same kind of sonic space as strings tend to be, or as vocoder tends to be. But it's also just like vibe-wise. I don't know if it's like the best call. I don't know. We'll see. Yay, Brain cooperated with me, and I got a rhythmic pattern you can wrap your head around. I love it. Hooray. I want to ungroup this. Crop to content? No. How the hell do we do this again? Oh, this is one of those weird specific... Dissolve audio part. There we go. Excellent. Okay. So let's listen through and pick out what we have in terms of harmonies. So that's harmony 1. This is going to be our spoken word. We're just going to start labeling these here. Harmony 1. That's spoken. This is this. Indeed. Understandable, Blazin'.
Never thought,
This is this never thought part, which we can do something kind of fun with. And then this is going to be chorus out. So these guys can actually come straight up here to that, and then you will be a harmony there. Or wait, is that a vocoder? I think that's the vocoder, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so we'll stick that on another track with vocoder somewhere. I'll leave it there for now. Bridge main vocal, we'll put you there, right? chanty thing, vocoded. Okay.
I thought I'd die before I.
Yeah, that I want on our main. That's our main lead.
I see the day. I'd see how your eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of grace.
So many vocoders. Okay, so those are backgrounds, and then we have some harmonies as well. So we're just gonna call these harm 2, harm 3, and then BGV 1 and BGV 2. Our spoken's gonna be on its own. Over on YouTube, They Call Me. What's the purpose of these beats? You sell them or what? So this is a song. I wouldn't really say it's a beat. Composed by Nosebora, who's here in chat with us. Wonderful singer-songwriter based on the East Coast. Not too terribly far away from me. Guitarist, just all-around great guy. So I'm a professional music producer. I work on songs for people. I record instruments. I mix records. I don't sell beats. I am hired by artists to help them create their music, essentially. It's enough time on trying to create something musically. Brain is starting to go burr. I know the feeling. And that is indeed usually a good point to stop blazing, for sure. Okay, so we got 3 tracks of harmonies. We got our spoken word here as well. We'll do something interesting with that. I'm trying to think about the best way to organize these. Yeah, that's probably fine. And then we've got all this kind of vocoder stuff, which I'm going to leave down here for now. And then we're going to get everything else into really good shape. And then, so these are going to be our harmonies. And then we're going to see what we can do with our vocoders if we want to fly them in anywhere, find good spots for them if anywhere. You guys know what I'm trying to say. So let's go ahead and get all these buses set up. We've got our harmony bus, we've got our background vocals bus, and usually the way that I label this stuff. Harmony, when I think of a harmony, I think of it singing specifically the lyrics to the song, but providing like additional layers of melodic harmony on top of the lyrics that already exist. When I think of backgrounds, I think of oohs and ahs, right? If you feel the need to cut the vocoders, that's fine. The demo I sent you, they were so low, I forgot they were even there. For sure. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there might be a spot for them. I just feel like they're going to conflict with the strings a little bit. Making a solo piano arrangement of Con Lentitude Ponderosa from Risk of Rain 2, because the ones I find sacrifice clarity and fullness. Oh, very cool, Decady. Excellent. I love it. Over on the YouTube side, Silver Star. Hi, play your best music, please. Not really what the stream is about. We are working on this is really good music. We're working on a very cool track with our friend Nosebora producing. Who's the most famous person you have worked with? Interesting question. Most famous kind of depends on how you define famous. I toured with John Popper from Blues Traveler. He played the Super Bowl halftime show in 1994 and won a Grammy. He was pretty famous in the 90s, but he's not very famous anymore. I have worked with a lot of people who themselves have worked with some serious, like I have a buddy, Vince, least famous Nosebora. That's not true. I have a buddy, Vince DePasquale, who's a remixer for Madonna and Justin Timberlake and a bunch of people like that. I've worked with him. He himself is not famous, but his resume is fucking crazy. It really, working with people at that level is not really all it's cracked up to be honest with you. But it's cool to be able to say that you've done it, but it's not like you get some prize because you got to work with, Mariah Carey or whatever. Like it's neat. It's bragging rights, basically. You don't even really make that much money. Funnily enough, unless you're really lucky. Anyway, So what we are going to do is, first of all, let's get our... So, Nose, I'm thinking with this spoken word, I have two ideas. And I'm going to give them both to you, and I want to get your thoughts. One is just super dry, like compressed, but just like almost like a podcast, like just really dry, really upfront, really in your face. And just that's what it is. The other one is to do something more like radio-ish with it, like kind of telephony or something. I don't know. But we're going to get that in place. Wait a second. Where did our never thought go? Oh, did I delete it on accident? For fuck's sake. I think I deleted it. That's funny. That's okay. We can just go over here. Hang on one second. Oops. I hate it when that happens. Where's your folder, Nose? I was like, we're missing something here. Do the best you can, stems. Because I know you labeled it. Bridge Vox. Never thought repeat box. Here we go. Zoop. There it is. That's really funny. Clink. There we go. And just like that. We'll probably put that in the main stack as well. Yeah, I would imagine so. Never thought. There we go. I think I'm going to bounce. Yeah, no worries. Nebula Series Abolish Everything is a new season premiering today. Oh, I love Abolish Everything. We're big fans of Nebula in our house for sure. Try Dry first. I like telephone effects, but it feels like kind of a sidebar moment when you're breaking out of the song. Yeah, for sure. And maybe we can do a more telephony thing with the Never Thought. I think that might be the move here. In fact, let's actually start with that. Let's start with the...
Never thought, never thought, never thought, never thought I cared till you spoke. Never thought, never thought.
We're going to throw mic room on this, which is going to let us do this.
Never thought I cared till.
And then we're going to grab Real ADT. And that's going to split it off.
Oh, you spoke. Never thought, never thought, never thought, never thought I cared till you spoke. Never thought, never thought, never thought, never thought I cared till you spoke. Being conflicted is putting it lightly. And this world that you'll walk on is less than unsightly. The beauty I've seen here escapes understanding, but the pain that I've seen here is so overwhelming. There's been so many ways that I've thought of leaving, and so much time thinking of stopping my breathing. I'd sooner hurt everywhere around me than continue to live in a skin that I no longer recognize. I'd see how your eyes.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. What the hell are those doing there? Why are my effects sends in the middle of my mix? Get back over here where you belong. Silly effects sends. Those go at the end. No, I don't mind the sound of it as it is, Nose. I think it's fine. Okay, so let's get our harms polished up here. Usually what I like to do with harmony vocals like this, back of the bus, exactly. We definitely want to throw, delay verb, a little bit more delay in verb, usually, than our leads. But the other thing that I really like to do is high pass them more than our leads are high passed, because it helps them to sit back in the mix a little bit. And it helps them to just not be like a really big, prominent upfront thing. And just sit behind the lead vocals a little bit. So we're going to grab Pro EQ rather, and just kind of,
I thought I'd die before I'd see the day.
We don't want to totally rob all the low end out of them.
Beauty I've seen here escapes understanding, but the pain that I've seen here.
Right. So this is where we've got all these vocals going on. So we're going to roll this forward like so, because that's going to be just a little too much.
Being conflicted is putting it lightly. This world that you walk on is less than unsightly. The beauty I've seen here escapes understanding, but the pain that I've
And then we might do a little bit of this long delay
seen here is so overwhelming. There's been so many ways that I've thought up of leaving, and so much time thinking of stopping my breathing. I'd sooner hurt everyone around me than continue to live in a skin that I no longer recognize. I thought I'd die before I'd see the day. I'd see how your eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of grace. The day you were born was the day I was saved.
Kind of a nasaliness going on that I'm not loving. Usually that's...
I thought I'd die before I see the day. I'd see
We're already dipping quite a bit. Let's find where that
how
frequency
your
is.
eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of grace.
Yeah, it's gonna be
The day you
this right there. What is that? 2K-ish? Yeah, sounds about right.
You were born was the day I was saved.
Or is it the 2K?
Thought I'd die before I see the day.
Yes, 2K-ish. 23.
See how your eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of. I thought I'd die before I'd see the day. I'd see how your eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of grace. The day you were born was the day I was saved. The cycle never stops. For all I care, the whole world can destroy as long as you're
Over on the YouTube side, good guy. If you boost to search for bad frequencies, doesn't every frequency sound bad at that level? Very good question and good observation. No, what you're doing there is yeah, it might knows. What you're doing there is I can hear that there is a frequency that's bugging me, and I can hear the range that it's in. So I'm like, it's probably somewhere 1K, 2K, 3K ish. And so then I go and I sweep through that range, and when I it's kind of a, you know it when you hear it kind of thing, and you go, oh, that's the one that, like, yeah, everything kind of jumps out and sounds weird. But when you hit the frequency, my ear goes, yep, it's that one. That's the problem. That's the one that jumps out more than everything else and sounds extra bad when you peak it like that. And then that's where you know how to notch. Now, as for our true BGVs here, these we're going to go a little more textural with. So we are still going to bring over our... sort of our stack here. And we're going to do a very similar treatment to our... Okay. So now we kind of have... we have treatment on pretty much everybody here. We're going to double this track and then stick our ending chorus here and play around with a little bit more saturation on this final vocal. And then we're just going to start listening through and really balancing things and doing kind of final tweaks, final cleanup across the board. Who do we want? Honestly, I've been really digging the like driven channel kind of vibe here. So let's just grab a nice, like the 80 channel. And we'll flip out, no EQ, no compression. We just want channel gain here.
Cycle never stops. For all I care, the whole world can just rot. And as long as you're around.
That's got nice vibe to it. It's not like distorted, but it's got great grit to it. Let's see how that...
The cycle never stops. For all I care, the whole world can just rot. As long as you're
And then on our main output here, we're going to grab Vocal Writer. And that's going to be our last kind of, not live. I don't want the live version. Get out of here. That's going to be our last little tool in the chain here to really keep this vocal pinned in place where we want it before we start doing final automation. We'll go, loud vocals usually a good bet. Okay. Now we're going to just roll from top to bottom here. Do any final tweaks. Think about if there's room for our vocoder somewhere. And then at the very end, we want to clean up the outro. Do something interesting with the outro. Then we'll be in good shape here.
Winter turns to spring, spring turns into summer, summer into fall, fall turns back to winter. Each time the same old thing, it never leaves me guessing. There's comfort in routine, but heartbreak when I realize the cycle never stops. The world don't care if you're here or not. And I never thought I cared until you spoke. There's poison in the air, consuming like a vulture. The symptoms are obscene, and we just call it culture. I work what you'll see. I can't predict the future. Just do the best you can. It's all that I could ask for. The cycle never stops. The world don't care if you're here or not. I never thought I cared till you spoke.
I just did that. Okay, let's handle this ending here. I like all of that, and knows as you were saying that stuff, I'm literally was just running through the mix on my desk in real time and making all of those tweaks. So that all should be like I added some more of that delay into that never thought. So now it's got a lot of slapback on it.
Never thought I cared till you spoke. Never thought I cared till you spoke. Never thought.
That'll give it a little bit more. I don't want to go too far with it because it's just going to be hard to tell what it's saying at a certain point. But I think that'll help like blur it a little bit and give it a little more texture. The spoken word.
Being conflicted is putting it lightly. This world that you walk on is less than unsightly. Beauty I've seen here escapes understanding, but the pain that I've seen here is so overwhelming. There's been so many ways that I've thought of leaving, and so much time thinking of stopping my breathing. I'd sooner hurt everyone around me than continue to live in a skin that I no longer recognize. I thought I'd die.
That's going to be all about just volume control, to be honest with you. So we can do a little clip gaining there as well. And then I have a couple ideas in this little outro thing here.
To walk on is less than unsightly. The beauty I've seen here escapes understanding, but the pain that I've seen here is so overwhelming. There's been so many ways that I've thought of leaving, and so much time thinking of stopping my breathing. I'd sooner hurt everyone around me than continue to live in a skin that I no longer recognize. I thought I'd die before I'd see the day. I'd see how your eyes can just light up your face. All that I've done is take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. Way, way, way better. And I think what we do is we loop this. I've got a whole idea here. One whole ass idea. You will hear. Angels, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, thanks for the follow. You're so kind. Very, very kind of you. Oh, Beowulf Fuzzy. I love it. Thank you for the follow as well. Toast is not in here at the moment, unfortunately. I can have Toast delivered to us though, because my husband's home from work now. I can has Toast. Toast will be here in just a moment, and we will absolutely give him a treat. Toast is usually our co-host here on stream. He's my gigantic chungus of an orange tabby. But he was usually I grab him before stream, but he was he was snoozing. He was a snoozing Susan, and was just so pensive and peaceful on the couch. I didn't want to bother him before I went live. But okay, you're off. You're off. Why do I still have so much damn latency? Oh, I guess I really don't. Okay. Okay, not that. More like that. And then we go, come here, you. We want you. Automate bypass, yes, please. And then we just turn bypass off right here. And we get something like this. Hang on. Let's fix a couple of things here. Go. There we go. And then we just have it fade, I think is the move here. And then we maybe also grab from here. Is the app you're in called Studio One? That's a great question, Beowa, because it super was called Studio One, and then a bunch of corporate goons came and changed the name of it to Fender Studio Pro, and we're very upset about that here on my stream. We're very angry about that. But yes, it is, or was, I should say, Studio One. Okay, we're gonna go. Oh, nope. First of all, turn on nudge here. Very good. We're just going to grab this part of the string arrangement as well. I mean, it's a really, really, really excellent DAW for sure. Oh, here comes Toast. Hi. We have a delivery. Chat, we have a delivery. Thank you, dear. Yes. Hi. Love you. Look, everybody, it's Toast. Toast chat wants to give you treats. Isn't that exciting? He's like, why have you bothered me so? Toast. Here. Zoop. Boom. Treats for the cat. We love it. What was I saying? Yeah, no, I mean, it's an excellent, excellent DAW. I certainly, I've been using it professionally for a decade. You know, it's great. It is just really annoying though when giant corporate overlords come in and screw everything up. But then it does things that I don't like it to do, like screws up all my automations. No. Yeah, that's fine, and that's not fine. But then we fix them and it's fine again. Okay, and then we just go in here and we grab all of our strings again and we just scoot them forward. This is such a funny thing that you have to do sometimes with these string libraries, is literally just scoot the whole damn thing forward by a 64th note and suddenly it grooves way harder. Okay. I take it back. I liked it when it was just piano. I liked it better when it was just piano and such. There we go. Get that bypass more like a scoop. Yeah, I don't. The strings are too much. I like just the. I think it's all right like this. I also, I want the strings to just die, I think, on the big. Yeah, I know. Hang on. I've got an idea. I've got thoughts. Give me a second here. To make this much, much, much smoother. So we're going to grab all of these. How much time have we spent on this? So I can't speak for Nose in the writing process. But my contribution, which has been doing drums, drum programming, percussion, bass, string arrangements, and then now the mix. 4 hours, 5 hours on my end, something like that. Oh, hush. It'd be cool to fade out with just strings. Celery HQ. Oh yeah, and I forgot to shout you out. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's an option, and we might try that. I've got a concept though. Don't worry, guys. I'm just going to grab all of these and we're just going to have this die out like so. Wait. Oh, there's my CC11. That's what I want to fade. Boom, like so. That expression lane here. So what my idea is right now, what I want to hear is have all the strings go back to essentially to like the other way a lot with the resolve. Yeah, let me finish what I'm trying to do. here. So I want to do this, and I want to just add like a transitional sting. So like like kind of a reverse crashy kind of a thing. So that the tune fully kind of goes away, and then there's a and a breath into the. I want to like a some kind of a transitional sound there. Where am I going to get that from, though? What am I looking for? Crash. Give me a crash of some kind. Yeah, something like that. And then we just cut you to fit, and then take you and pump you through Black Hole and the old Warble. Like we so often do with crashes. Make you a little darker. And then Black Hole. Yes, precisely. Yes, that is essentially what I am after, but I want means that Nosebore doesn't like it. I'm not 100% sold on it either. And I don't like that that verb tail gets included in the cassette sort of band passy vibe. Is there still kind of a click of the transit? Yeah, well, so yes, there is. I very much brute forced it. I just literally threw this like cassette emulation on the master output, which is an aggressive choice. What I would probably do is I would send the guitar, the drums, and the strings all to like a bus so that the reverb that's on the crash cymbal doesn't get included in that to make the transition smoother. I don't know. I'm not sold on it either. That was the first thing that came to mind. But I think knows probably what the move is here is, I want to send this to you so you can do final mix notes, and then we can think about what we want from a potential transition, a little more long term, because I think this is pretty dang close. Don't want to distract. You're never distracting, Sonic Briefing. You're all good. As an aside, I'm big on macros, 100%. Might write mainly orchestral hybrid and go between a large templates and more flexible hybrid routing template and track presets. You've already checked it out, but if you've not tried the scoring tool script, it was a real... yes, I have heard of this. I have wanted this for a long time. Mainly what I want from it is the thing where it can swap up and down through voicings. Looks incredibly handy. Yes, that's also very true, Nose. So, but yeah, like the part where you can be like, cool, can you just take this entire section and raise it up an inversion for me? That's sick. So yes, I've had my eye on this for a while. It's in the pile of of things that I want to get. And what's so interesting is I know that scripting is a thing in Studio One. No one makes Studio One scripts. This is literally the only one I think I've ever seen. Although S1 Toolbox, Navigation Essentials, or is it? I think I might be thinking of Harmony Wizard is the one that I'm thinking of. But there's very few. Like there's literally 3. I've never seen any other Studio One scripts before. Anyways, but yeah, no, I want to send this to you, and we'll think more about what is critical right now. I think is like final mix on the rest of the track, because everything else is, as you've said, very, very malleable. So, but I think it's in a good spot for us to do so. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and wind down for the day. But thank you guys very, very much for watching. Let me just make sure that Chris Bedden is streaming, because we're going to go, because he's given us a couple awesome raids lately. So we're going to go raid Chris, because Chris is awesome dude. Thank you for writing thank you for writing such wonderful songs, man. That is what it is all about. Oh, is Chris not streaming? Chris was supposed to be live. Hang on. Where's Chris? Oh, Chris is not? Oh, it's in 2 days. Dang it. Okay, well, in that case, who should we go raid? Let's look for somebody to raid. Perfect, Cheesy. Well, there you go. Thank you for hanging out, my friend. Excellent. Thank you, Sonic Briefing. Yeah, and thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just looking at Zeal. We will do Zeal. Zeal and Ardor. Boom. We'll wait till the ad break is over. But yeah, stick around for a few minutes, guys, so we can raid here and show a good presence in the raid. But we'll get that set up. But yeah, thank you again very, very much, guys. I really appreciate it. We're live every day, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Jump in the Discord, ! Discord will get you an invite, all of that good stuff. But thanks again for hanging out, guys. It's been an awesome string. Big shout out to Saint for all the gifted subs. Congratulations to those who got them. And we will see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. Have a great evening, night, afternoon, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at, and we'll see you then. Bye.